All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
All right. So, another atheism stream. This is our eighth stream, mashallah. And so far, I think we've had a good number of atheists who've come up so far, and we've had some good conversations. And as usual, inshallah, we will be looking forward to that as well. But before that, how are you doing, Brother Sam?
Alhamdulillah ala kulli hal. How you doing, bro?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. There's there's a lot going on nowadays in the Dawa circles. I mean, with Dean and Libiano, they're streaming almost every day of the week. So, mashallah, there's someone available all the time for non-Muslims to come up and have a discussion on. Right. However, what we do see is that there's not a lot of people who take on or have discussion with atheists. And we do believe that even though the atheists and agnostic brothers who hold those type of understanding, and I'm sort of realizing that atheism is sort of an umbrella term, and it's not necessarily their primary uh, the primary identification for these people, but
Correct. Yeah.
people who hold beliefs which either result in atheism or they may actually be atheists by having identifying themselves as that, right? There's a lot of discussion that can happen with these individuals, and we're here to have those conversations to explain why we as Muslims come to the conclusion based on the evidences that we observe that Islam is true, that there must be a God. The idea that there is no God isn't just lacking in evidence, it's pretty much nonsensical and stemming from ignorance.
The only thing I would want to correct you on is there must be the God, not a God. There must be the God. Definite
True.
article. That's a really important distinction.
Yes. And I would ask you to elaborate a bit on that, especially for our atheists, brother, why we're emphasizing that there's only one and not essentially more than one, right? So
yeah, there's a few sort of parts of that I might briefly cover. I mean, one is really to say, if we are talking about the superlative God, then by definition of superlativity, there's only one of them already to start with, right? But also the generic sort of not even half, just a sort of shell identification, like the straw man version of God that is developed by Western philosophy, is not the God according to Islam. It's if you take a portion of the characteristics and attack something formed together of that portion, and without taking into account the whole picture, then it is not the God as seen in Islam. And for historical reasons, the debate has centered around theists versus atheists. But what's interesting again is with this term atheist is it actually relies on a definition of what a God is, which is inherently polytheistic. And so in many ways, actually, I would end up saying, well, I agree with the atheist who is rejecting all the gods they're rejecting, because none of them are the God, even if they try to define it as such. And if they take on the definition of theism, not from the Greeks, but from the three main Semitic religions, where you have this Semitic terminology, then it's a whole different ballgame. And it's very difficult for someone to take a position that's genuinely atheist in that sense, genuinely free from worship of anything, genuinely free from taking something as a God. And I think a lot of people are not very used to that conversation because they treat the Christian notion of God as being interchangeable. But the Christian notion of God that they're using in Europe is typically the one that was developed during the rationality, post-Renaissance up to the Enlightenment, really, which is not the same concept of God as held by the Jews, the early Christians, and the Muslims.
Yeah. One figure that we talk about when it comes to the Christian concept of God, and a very big giant in when it comes to their understanding of who God is, right? It's not William Lane Craig, if you're thinking that's who I was talking about. It's Thomas Aquinas, right? So what I find very interesting when it comes to Thomas Aquinas' understanding of God is that he is, when he's being rational, when he's using his logic, right, when he's trying to determine who God must be, he is very close to the understanding of God that a Muslim would not necessarily disagree with, right? However,
There's an interesting historical reason for that. Go on, I'll let you finish and we'll return to that.
However, what he does is his conclusions are based on the idea that are derived from his theology. So this is something which we see happen a lot of times with Christians, that they will come to come very close to an understanding of God using rationality and logic, and then it falls apart as soon as they insert their own theology into it. This is
Yeah,
very
but it's also
different,
interesting.
drastically different from how a Muslim. Yeah,
Yeah, it is, and
yeah.
they
No,
really
so
shoot themselves
add
in the
to
foot
this.
because
Okay, this is a
the way
very.
they really shoot themselves in the foot because the way they do it essentially then justified the way the rationalists and the Enlightenment folk decided to define God from logical principles.
Yeah, and okay, this is one of the major reasons why these atheists believe they have some sort of an argument, is because the Christians have come in, taken this more refined this concept, this idea of who God is supposed to be, using rationality and logic up to a point where they're almost there, and then they corrupt it by inserting their theology. So now, for an atheist, for the agnostic, they end up in this situation where they're confused, where they're unable to identify who God is, because the concept starts with rationality and ends without it. And this confusion is what they bring to us, right? And they cannot even fathom the idea that there is actually a way to be logically consistent and believe in God. Actually,
Yeah,
that is the only way that logic and reason make sense
it's the
without
actual
God.
grounding of it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is
So,
interesting. This goes back to this historical reason that I was mentioning. So, the Hellenistic philosophy, obviously, originally was very polytheistic. Now, the Platonic idea of ideal forms and so on was one of the big schools of thought. And Aristotelian school of thought was this other one, which wasn't. The two are not completely incompatible. You can make something that works between them. The church very much sort of aligned itself with Aristotelian physics and logic as its foundation, and that was sort of what was taught and spread throughout it. Bearing in mind the church was one of the main sort of purveyors of education amongst Christendom. But that school of thought itself that Aquinas was working from actually was heavily influenced by Neoplatonism. Now, Neoplatonism contains with it this concept of the one, right? And it's interesting to note that historically, this emerges after the Jews essentially migrated and ended up fusing with the Hellenistic logic. And that's sort of where Neoplatonism first came from historically. So actually that is the proper Abrahamic roots, if you like, being intermingled, and then it sort of gets taken up in amongst Aquinas and others kind of philosophy when he's reconciling with Aristotle. And it's interesting to do a differential between that view and the view of the Islamic scholars during the Islamic period, who really challenged Aristotle substantially and replaced a lot of his doctrines in a way that the church never did. And that's partly because the church had started to intertwine its understanding of the world with its theology, with the philosophy it was teaching, whereas Islam stood on its own philosophically and intellectually, but also was not exclusive of engaging with all the different kind of sciences and the plurality of views. It's interesting. There was a video I was watching recently on blogging theology, where I wish I could recall the name of the guy who was on there. He's just written a book about decolonizing, basically historical analysis and so on.
Oh, okay.
And you know, one of the things he brought up is, or made a clear point on, is the sort of imperial approach, which is trying to make everything monolithic, which is very much in line with the church and in line with the various different major what's the word I'm looking for? Colonialists, basically. Versus Islam, which permits plurality of thought, plurality of view, or plurality of perspectives. And the only sort of there's a necessary unifying core, but that core doesn't prevent there being a plurality of thought and views and perspectives.
Yeah, one of the interesting thing is, and I think we should probably do some form of presentation on this evolution of these evolutions of ideas, especially when it comes to how do we start from this Hellenistic idea of the theory of forms, etc. Because that's most likely where historically they start from. That, oh, it starts from Aristotle, Plato, right? Let's have a look at how the ideas evolved until it get refined to the point it is today, right?
I think it'd be really good to do a stream and a presentation which compares the two theories in parallel, right?
Oh, that's perfect.
There's the one theory, which is the standard sort of secularist atheist narrative, which is people came up with the ideas of gods to explain things they couldn't understand or cope with stuff. And gradually these ideas coalesced into idea of one God. And then stuff happened and we ended up where we are. Whereas our view obviously is that the message was always one God and it got corrupted. But then, you know, we can always find this core of monotheism throughout, and we can essentially look at the story of development, look at the evidences that exist, and compare the two theories side by side and see, you know, which one comports to reality better. I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah, and one of the other things that I feel is very telling in this, especially when it comes to these ideas, right? It will probably take a while for us to explain to people that, you know, history can only take you or teach you so much. If there is a concept, the concept starts from a one concept and then it evolves into multiple concepts. So the idea that historically everyone was polytheist and then they become monotheist, right? I personally feel that it actually goes against the logic of how concepts and ideas develop. Even though historically, archaeologically, and through all writings and anything that you study like that, you may actually arrive at that conclusion. But that is not a logically coherent conclusion to hold.
I think this is why it makes sense to go through and compare the two theories side by side against the evidence, because they both have significant explanatory power. And certainly somebody can take the view that the underlying abstract concept of God was somehow emerging. But as we know from modern research, there's a tendency from young babies, like young children first starting to think, to believe in the one God concept, which does align very well with the fit sort of view we have, and aligns very well with what you were saying. There's one of the key things I think to address here is, what is this concept of God we're talking about? And therein lies the rub, because remember what I said about theism versus atheism and the way the whole conversation is structured. What is God defined as? Well, if you define it in a certain way, then their story becomes more plausible. If you define it according to the Semitic way, it becomes much less plausible. And so, what is this concept of God? There's obviously some kind of hierarchy of powers, some kind of domain of self-sufficiency. I think these are key elements that unite most of the concepts of deity. But it's a really interesting and deep question that I find very, very few atheists or self-identified atheists have engaged with, which is, how are you defining God such that you don't have a God? And that has to be in such a way that it is inclusive of all the other types of gods, right? And so a lot of them sort of forget that, in Islam, the concept of God as the true God and many false gods. And one of the false gods you can take is your own desires. The idea of that being a god is nowhere in the normal Western concept, which means we're using the same word for different things. Our way of looking at it includes and encompasses all the kind of South American religions. It includes the concepts of emperors being deities in Japan. It includes the various kind of idols and so on. It includes all different kinds of deification in one sort of clean theoretical landscape, whereas the typical the Western philosophical approach really clutching at straws and really is almost self-defeating in that it can't really define deity in such a way that atheist becomes well defined, because it's a negation across a whole category.
And it makes it so interesting when you talk about how the Islamic concept actually addresses all forms of ideas about God and worship, right? Including, if you look at certain major religions, we're talking especially about the Eastern religions like Buddhism or Taoism, etc. Okay, they may not have a concept of God, but they do have ancestor worship. All of these religions, right? Now, when we talk about the term La ilaha illallah, right? La ilaha actually includes this concept of ancestor worship as well. Now, if you want to explain that in English, you actually need to do additional. You need to explain this and expand on this with additional words. So this is something very interesting that I found, where by just defining certain terms in a particular way, or by allowing certain terms to evolve in a certain way in the Arabic language, Allah had actually ensured that when He used this, when He gave us this term, La ilaha, right, it included some things which other languages may not be able to in such a precise and concise way.
Yeah, and it's interesting because obviously Buddhism involves the kind of devotion that is identified as worship, and worship, you can't worship something without there being a deity behind it, certainly in the Semitic view of what we mean when we're talking about deity. Whereas the Buddhists' own way of talking about stuff, fair enough that it's not really a god as such, because they deny those concepts as part of their philosophy. But again, they deny or reject the false gods. So the notion of God they're rejecting is the notion of the false gods that have grown up around the place where they were. But they wouldn't deny they're engaged in worship, and there's the Vairakana, the cosmic Buddha, and so on. So they're essentially devoting themselves to various subsets or subparts. They're trying to break Allah into parts, really, and sort of take some of his attributes and scatter them in different places and devote themselves in various different ways. So it's a bit more complicated, but they still very well fit in the framework, and they will still be identified as people who are engaged in worship and have a deity, whether or not they regard themselves as having one. And this is very similar to a lot of atheists, myself included. When I used to be identified as an atheist, one of my big turning points was when I realized that I was only without deity according to my own cozy definition of deity. And that as soon as you take seriously the underlying ideas from the monotheistic religions proper, that I wasn't without deity. That was just a cope. That was just a big lie spread by the Europeans through hubris and a lack of understanding, and an important part of the whole colonial venture. So there's a lot of hidden programming that goes into the views that make atheism appear to be self-standing and rational. But again, like you said before, atheism isn't really a position. It's really a label over a whole class of positions, and it makes more sense to tackle the underlying positions.
True. I'm actually going to bring up a video. Let's go through Deconstruction Zone. We've gone through half of the discussion Deconstruction Zone had with this individual. Let me do that. And in the meantime, I've gone ahead and pinned the link. All right. Let's actually bring the comments up. Right. I know we've got very few people, 15 right now, but as we go along, some of you others may start joining in. That's why we didn't start.
There may be a way if you click the link, because we really want to make some progress going through some of these videos. But if you're really short on time and you have to sort of jump in now, then let us know. We'll try and accommodate. But we really want to make some progress on addressing these views that are put forward in other popular videos on popular channels, inshallah.
Okay. I think I'm at the right. Give me 1 second. Let me bring this up. Okay, so the reason why we're focusing on this particular one is because Dr. Derek was sort of allowed a bit of time to speak, right? We will go through some of the other atheist channels where you'll find some very different tactics being used, and we'll try and explain those and how to deal with those type of situations if you ever find yourself in them. All right, so this is, I think, right after. Let me actually play from here where he started.
I don't buy this. There's a lot of reasons to be skeptical about this, I think. But I think we can even go further, right? So like, if this model is true, this poses an infinite regress, and I just don't think an infinite regress is possible. Well, I think in principle it's not possible.
Why not?
I think it's mathematically possible, but I don't think it's physically possible.
Well, why not?
Because we don't ever see that in reality. We've never seen it before.
So Dr. McAllister, I'll let you know, I have the infinite regress argument.
Okay, very important point here, right? Who has the burden of proof when it comes to this, right? So Dr. Derek is making a claim that infinite regress is not possible. So if he is making that claim, it is incumbent upon him to provide some form of proof of why he believes infinite regress is not possible. Now, before you continue, I think before you start here, now the doctor did say we've not witnessed any infinite regress in, like, he's basically pointing that out. Is that sufficient evidence? Is that evidence sufficient? And is that evidence relevant to this discussion?
Well, so this is very interesting. There's quite a lot to unpack here. It's interesting that this chap, I forget his name, deconstruction guy, is able to just make an argument by saying, "Why not? I believe it. Why not?" I don't think he would accept that from any of his guests. And you know, he positions himself often as being a empirically grounded person, but the empirical observations are no infinite regresses anywhere. So in order to be consistent with his position, he needs to somehow reconcile that. You know, is he empirically grounded, or is he logically grounded, or does he, you know, pick and choose, you know, whatever he likes to? Now, this notion of who has the burden of proof, I don't like it, and I'm with Graham Oppie on this. He doesn't like it much either, because really everyone has a burden of proof. You know, if you believe something, you state something, you have a burden of proof. Because whichever side, the problem with the idea of one side having the burden, or at least the first burden, becomes that anyone who's countering it has no burden on their statements. And then you end up in this position that deconstruction guy is in, where he doesn't have to bring any substantially grounded deconstructions. He doesn't have to bring any substantially grounded views. He just has to say, I think this, why not that? And that's good enough, which means you now have one person who's forced to be philosophically exact and you know, carefully covering off everything with a well-constructed argument. The other person just doesn't have to at all. And this is a trap you pretty much always fall into once you accept this notion that one side has the burden of proof. Both sides should have burdens of proof on whatever they're claiming, whether it be an initial claim or whether it be a claim that their claim is not founded. And they should state whether or not they're, you know, accepting or relying on logical proofs. When he says it's mathematically possible, that means he assents to at least one system of logic in which one can derive an infinite regress. And so really, he should be, again, both sides. Dr. Derek has something to reconcile there, because Dr. Derek is the one who's saying, I'm arguing on the basis of logic, but then he appeals to empirical evidence. And arguing inductively based on empirical evidence isn't a great position to be in either. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, right? You know, in quantum theory, a particle cannot simultaneously have a position and a momentum. So, you know, if you demand that it does, then you'll never be able to engage with the theory. And so, you know, you can't get there by induction of things in this world alone. There is the step where you say, you know what, I think this framework, I think this axiomatic system, I think this system of beliefs, which is a jump from where I currently am, does explain this stuff. And that's how scientific progress is made.
So this leap of faith is happening regardless of whether it is science, physics, biology, or religion.
If you think about it, it happens whenever anybody is substantially changing their view. It's got to be happening somewhere. There is always this leap, whether or not it's explicit or whether it's sort of buried down, but there has to be, because you're either essentially holding the same view but making small iterative changes to it, or you're going to a different view, which means at some point you've made some leaps of faith.
This is really interesting when you think about this particular idea, that even as a scientist, right, with hundreds of observations, when you're performing or when you're taking all of those observations and you're coming up and summarizing those observations with a conclusion, would you agree with me that that is still a leap of faith, especially given that he doesn't know every situation that would ever happen, right? The conclusion is based on a limited knowledge and everything.
I would say it depends how good the scientist is as a philosopher. Now,
Okay.
de facto, most scientists will be taking a leap of faith to some particular theoretical position, and that's how they deal with stuff. It's just so many orders of magnitude easier to think and get stuff done and marshal the mathematics you're working on if you have a definite perspective in your head. But really, all that can be done with these tools, just to finish this off, all that can be done with these tools is actually to cut off various ontological possibilities. There's still an infinite number of ontological possibilities, and a really good philosophically aware scientist would state that and take that position. But the reason most scientists try and pick a lane or pick a side in interpretations of quantum mechanics or whatever else is because it's extremely difficult to work while keeping an open mind as to all the ontological possibilities that are still open given the set of experimental data.
You cannot do anything if you're going on with the position that everything is possible. So you need to pick a lane, right? You need to pick a lane every time. But the point that I was trying to make here is that your leap of faith may actually be based on evidence, like we Muslims do, or we basically should be doing, right? Or it could be based on the lack of evidence, evidence of not good nature, the lack of evidence as well, and you can still do a leap of faith. Now, granted that one is better than the other, but either way, no matter which way you're looking at, given that you do not have all knowledge, you're always going to end up in a situation where whatever conclusions you're coming up with, however nuanced they might be, they are still based on a leap of faith that this is all true that you've actually taken.
Yeah, but it's interesting because leap of faith means a change from where you were before. But remember, people get taught what is effectively some kind of indoctrination, although that's not the preferred word often, but they get taught some perspective even from before they can speak. This process of learning starts. What are numbers and shapes? How should we understand them? So they develop a perspective, from childhood, and this perspective or any other perspective they've leapt to is critical when it comes to evaluating, various different evidences and observations. So it's not really right to say that it's based on the evidence alone. That's just completely false in every case. It's based on their current system of beliefs and the evidence together. And there's usually a third in this unholy trinity, which is their emotional feeling, which is not just their gut sense, but as in every scientist, particularly in physics, that I know particularly well, physics and mathematics, works within a social group, within some kind of system of social connections. And some ways of looking at things or some theories or some interpretations are going to get you outcast, or they're going to give you a really hard time. Some of them are going to get you adored and people are going to love them, right? And this very human element you cannot extract from the human scientist, even the most psychopathic or whatever. Those things are at play to some degree. So there's actually always those three things in throughout the whole history of science. And so it's interesting that with the Islamic sciences, that social component was around, whether or not the religious environment was going to accept the idea. Does it go against the core tenets of Islam? That would be what creates a social problem. And it's kind of unique in that sense.
So the three things are the evidence itself, the epistemology or how they understand something, and then the social setting in which they're understanding it. Are those three?
But it's not just the epistemology. It's also their current ontological model. Yeah.
So basically, you can have the right evidence, but come to the wrong conclusion because your epistemology and your current ontological model is incorrect, right? And you may actually have both of these as correct, but because of the social setting in which you're in, that the social pressure forces you to come to the wrong conclusion because you're too afraid to take yourself out of that social setting or challenge those social settings.
May come to the
And
wrong conclusion, may keep quiet, may throw out something that would be better and accept something that's not so good, may come to less definite conclusions, sit on the fence more. A lot of people are sitting on the fence at the moment, in physics.
That's interesting. All right, let's go ahead. I know there's just so much that's happening in these videos sometimes.
Yeah.
At least once a week. Everybody who doesn't like this theory is positive that infinite regresses aren't possible. Not one of them can tell me why. So if the only argument is, well, infinite regresses aren't possible because I don't like them, that's not a good argument.
That's not the argument I'm making. I said that they're mathematically possible. Sure. I mean, we could just think of negative numbers. They regress infinitely. Right. But for someone to claim that in the physical world, there's an infinite regress going back in time of physical objects, this is a hard claim to swallow. I don't think it's physically possible. Why? And because there's no direct empirical observation of it.
Well, the observation in science is that matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. So that means it existed forever.
That's not necessarily true.
Give me one good reason why I would believe that all the matter, time, and space in our universe once just didn't exist.
So
what has he done here? Do you want to just address that? Because you did point this out, but we ended it right after,
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, Dr. Derek, I have to say, I'm pretty sure he could do better, but I think at the moment, in this dialogue, just trying to stay respectful is already a big challenge. So I'm sure he could give a better answer in a different context. But to say hard claim to swallow is literally just an argument from incredulity. And having been challenged on not giving a good claim. I mean, if you take Muhammad Hijab's book, on the Kalam cosmological arguments, he gives a number of different, answers to this. If you look at Imam al-Ghazali's work and where he responds to Kalam, he's got some good answers to this stuff. So I'm surprised that Derek says hard claim to swallow and then appeals to epistemology. Sorry, not to empirical evidence, I meant to say. I wonder if he's choosing the empirical evidence route because that's what this deconstruction guy has previously appealed to. I'm not really sure. But it's this thing where he says the observation is that matter cannot be created or destroyed. Locally. This is only true locally. This means in my certain small region of space and time without too much curvature. General relativity, as understood today, and to the best of our measurements and so on, there is no global conservation of energy. There's local conservation. Thermodynamics should conserve energy in a closed system, but then you have this question of what is a closed system, because you treat the whole universe thermodynamically, and their energy sort of comes in through these gravitational terms we're looking at. And that's quite apart from the ones labeled as dark energy, which is the expansion driving force. And so in a sense, there is something good to look at here and say, well, if it's not conserved globally, but it is conserved locally, that does imply that it's being supplied somehow. And the observation is that it is being supplied somehow. Where's your explanation? We've got a great one. We expected this the whole way along. This should count as being a prediction which is being validated. But when he says observation matter cannot be created or destroyed, again, it made me laugh, because this is something that's locally true, and he's trying to apply it to the global whole universe. And he cites, and will continue to cite, various cosmologists and other physicists who would laugh him out of the room for making such a claim, because it undermines the entire foundation of cosmology at the outset. So his whole position of, well, it must have always existed because it can't, because energy is conserved, is simply not true. But not being conserved doesn't mean it can't come from nowhere. Something coming from nothing is still extremely problematic philosophically, mathematically, and in terms of physics understanding. But again, even defining what we mean by nothing is difficult. And as Muslims, we would expect that if we could wind back the clock with physics far enough, there would essentially be a something coming from nothing from the perspective of things in creation, because at some point there was no creation.
There was no creation. I mean, definitely it's a very hard to define concept, the nothing, right? What was that book, A Universe from Nothing? Even in that book, he defined nothing as something. Like,
you know, nothing, that thing that has form, matter, energy. Hang on a minute, what are you talking about, Lawrence? It's like, yeah, I'll just redefine nothing. It's just like the atheists redefining God so that they don't have one.
Yeah. So exactly, and this is where we feel that it's a very lopsided discussion when these happens. Let's continue.
So let me go back to that claim. I agree with you that matter can neither be created nor destroyed. Perfectly fine with me. I don't agree with the inference to the conclusion that therefore the universe is eternal. I think that's a bit of a leap.
Well, can something come from nothing?
No.
Okay, well, we've got two logic arguments then. Premise number one, something doesn't come from nothing. Premise number premise number two, we have something. Conclusion, there's always been something.
So for me, this is actually proof that if something cannot come from nothing, that means it must have come from somewhere else. Now, we need to define what that other is, right? Because it's very clear that that doesn't allow us to conclude that the way the universe is, or the matter and energy and whatever else exists today, is in of itself conclusive enough for us to explain our existence today just by itself.
No, I mean, there's so many hidden loops. He presents hidden logic loops. He presents it as being something very clean and simple. You know, something can't come from nothing. There is something, and since matter can't be created or destroyed, as they both agreed, even though it's false, there's always been something. Well, again, Muslims don't disagree. There's always been something. It's Allah, right? So again, it depends on framing on what's included in the equation or in the logic, and neither of them are doing a good job of defining clearly exactly what's in scope of the argument. Because if you take the scope of created things, at some point there was nothing, and then something came from nothing, means nothing preceded the something that came. But it's not the same as saying it came of its own self-sufficiency versus it came from Allah, right? And so is this word, you know, what does it come from mean? You know, what do we mean by that? And obviously a naturalist is using that in a completely different way from a theist.
Yeah. Anyway, this is I'm actually surprised that an atheist is making the argument that something cannot come from nothing, right?
Well,
that is actually a theistic argument.
It's interesting because this used to be the main position of atheists, right? They really needed a static, always existing universe, and that was, you know, right up until Hubble, you know, and other kind of related experiments and theories. Observations just became untenable with it, and even Einstein originally put in the cosmological constant to try and get a static universe. And called it one of the biggest mistakes of his life, or the biggest mistake of his life, which I think is a bit hyperbolic to say, because, you know, actually the proper predictions from his models was that the universe would be expanding, or at least able to expand and contract. So and this is where atheists had to sort of scramble and find some kind of position. And now the theories that have started falling apart. Inflation isn't complete. They've found dark matter and dark energy. Now there is various scope to try and make some always existed universe again. They've gone right back to it. It's interesting because it is a more solid footing to be on, and there was just this period where it appeared to be untenable, and they didn't appear to change their views much. They just changed the argument, and now they're changing the argument back.
Yeah. Right. Let's see if this actually goes somewhere. I would love to hear from an atheist a good reason why infinite regress is possible, right? Is possible in reality. I'm not talking about if it's possible in mathematics, right, or in our modeling. Definitely possible. We've seen that infinities exist there, and infinities can be understood there, and we know how they work. But really, it's about, do infinities exist in reality, and can they be used as an explanation?
Well, we have to be really careful with what you said there, because we have symbols that we call infinity. We have various ways of working with this concept of infinity. We have various different understandings and interpretations of it. If you look in projective geometry, infinity just becomes a single point. That's it, just like any other point. And you can treat lines, straight lines, as being circles of zero curvature. The circle is always constant curvature. You say, okay, well, if the curvature is zero, it's a line, but curvature is 1 over the radius, and so they have to say it's then infinite radius circle is a line. And so this is all tied up to this projective geometry, which is really very, very important to the sort of advanced the maths of advanced physics, but also historically. So there's that notion of infinity, which is reachable, touchable. It's a point like any other that you can work with geometrically. And then there's these notions of infinity like series, and then there's different orders of infinity with various sort of countability tricks. There's these things called the hyperreal numbers, where you have like an infinity of infinities. Like there's a whole load of infinities just around zero in the normal real line in hyperreal numbers. So for me, it becomes then a question of what exactly do you mean by infinity and infinite regress? Then you take that logical model and you say, okay, well, how's that then relating to physical reality in your logical model? Now is the infinite regress possible? Yeah. And in those cases, they're going to end up with no, not really. In most of the cases, in fact, in most cases, they're just not going to be able to map the physical reality to the notion of infinity they're using. And where they can, they're going to struggle to answer the regress problem still. But it's much more complicated than either of them is either making out or even aware. I'm not sure which.
All right, let's see.
I think I said last week, gave one example where, mathematically...
Right. And the Christian would just say that that's God.
And the non-Christian would say there's no need for a God.
Go ahead.
Sorry. We got a bit of lag there.
I was going to start
That's video. All right. We got a bit of lag. I was just adding to that thing about so-called infinite regress. If you look at sort of potential theory, when you're calculating, how much potential energy something has, you're looking at how much energy from bringing it infinitely far away to the point where it is near a charge or a gravitational object or something.
Yeah.
And so that's a sense in which going infinitely far from somewhere towards, makes works within that theory, but that infinitely far away is often a matter of meters or sometimes kilometers. It's not infinite at all, and really it's a limit on resolution, or a limit on experimental methods, like how far until error is undetectable, or it's a method to get a closed form solution to make things less messy, and there's no real implication of an actual real infinity. And to believe that is to believe in absurdities. So yeah, it is really important to know what exactly do you mean when you're conjuring an infinity and trying to connect it to physical reality. And as a Muslim, then only Allah is truly unbounded. So any other apparent unboundedness is somehow local and somehow bounded.
It's just that our perception hasn't reached to the point where we can see or perceive it as being bound. Right.
Well, or it could just be our model, right? So if I have a finite line like this, but I'm stepping towards my finger in halves, right? I'm never going to reach that finger. There's an infinite number of steps. but it's not actually infinitely far away. And this is a sense in which people sort of start cheating and saying, oh, we could have an infinite regress, because it's exactly that kind of infinity that they say, oh, well, if I can half infinitely and never quite get there, then I can go back the other way and end up here. And because I can construct that mathematically, somehow the problem of this ever existing or not, it just disappears. No, it doesn't. Not in the slightest. What do you mean by infinity? How are you using maths? Most people are abusing it, not using it.
We don't have enough matter and space and time in the universe to really fathom what infinity means. We cannot do that.
Yeah, that's another thing is the way it's often used is a temporal kind of infinity, but then they're also talking about causal networks or causal chains. And well, if you have a genuinely infinite time and a system of causal implications, then everything has already happened. And according to the normal laws of physics, we should be in some kind of either completely static situation, which we're not in, or in some kind of cyclic situation. Because the only options are that it gets static, that it goes cyclic, or that it blows up.
I would love to come back to this after we see where this leads to, the idea of infinite regress and how they're discussing it. Let's see.
My prediction is it leads nowhere.
Pretty much. Let's see.
Right. And the Christian would just say that that's God.
And the non-Christian would say there's no need for a God because the universe has existed forever.
Right. So let me explain the reasoning here, like that I'm trying to get at. So, like I said, I don't agree with the inference. I agree that matter can be neither created nor destroyed, but I don't agree with the inference to the conclusion, therefore the universe is eternal. I don't agree with that, because the Christian can also say consistently that, yeah, matter can neither be created nor destroyed once matter has been introduced into the world. Like, yeah, because why would we even have that principle to begin with? Because through direct observation, we have this principle in science by people during the Enlightenment era, during the 1600s, 1700s, saying, well, matter can neither be created nor destroyed. They're not saying that from the standpoint of the beginning of the universe. They're saying it as a principle of science based on observation. And then so to take that really narrow claim and then apply it to, well, I suppose then, like, it would be understandable that within their perspective, that of course at that time in history, making that claim is not an extraordinary, outlandish claim, because it's understandable that something would neither be created nor destroyed now. But that doesn't entail that it was never created to begin with. Does that make any sense what I'm saying?
It makes sense, but we have no evidence that it was created or that it once didn't exist, right? Before we posit a need for a creator, we probably need to lay down some sort of established fact that it once didn't exist and needed to come into an existence.
Yeah. So I think a few of the arguments, Thomas Aquinas, like the contingency argument.
Okay, we can go to the other arguments when he goes to them. But so a couple of things. As a Muslim, I would disagree with a Christian on the idea that once created, then it cannot be created or destroyed. I personally feel that that goes against the concept of the omnipotence of God, right? Because if he can create, he can also destroy, right?
Yes,
he has the capability.
With a caveat. Yeah, with a caveat. He absolutely does. If he willed, he could remove energy matter, no problem. But he is also the most wise. He's also all the attributes, and so it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense to me that he would make matter that would be unnecessary or superfluous. So we wouldn't expect to see that some gets arbitrarily removed. We would expect the norm to be the local conservation that we do observe.
And here's the thing, right? Allah doesn't do things in jest. It's not done for a game. It's not done for just fun or things like that. Right? So that's what it is. Everything is done with a purpose. We don't understand the purpose. He does, right? We are limited. He's unlimited, right? You cannot fathom in unlimited existence. I would say, by the way, hi in the chat. Please stop spamming. You will end up getting banned if you continue doing this, right? Listen to the mods. When the mods inform you of something, please follow through, right? Anyway, so for me, that is an important distinction from how he was explaining it. Now, the capability is there. In his wisdom, he's not doing it. And he does things with purpose. There may be a purpose for it. Maybe at some point he decides to destroy everything. That's up to him, right? We wouldn't be there to question that because we wouldn't exist then, right? But subhanallah, like
Well, I mean,
Allah hasn't done that.
Yeah, this notion created or destroyed is also a misleading notion to start with. It's actually bring into existence or take into non-existence, because
Yes.
when you destroy a star, for example, it's converting energy from one form to another.
Yeah. That's a
And
good
so the
point.
thing we actually call matter normally is not light. And usually we talk about the conversion between the forms. Becomes really tricky if you're talking about, dark energy or the energy bound up in the curvature of space-time or whatever. So it's much better to say changes form rather than this creation or destroyed narrative. And that does keep tripping up the conversation, I think, because it goes back to this built-in knee-jerk mechanism of creation creator can't accept that atheists tend to have.
So okay, so now let's actually get back to the argument for
just before we go back, there's something he said. He said we have no evidence that it was created. Now, this term, no evidence, that is often used, right? It's an abomination because it's entirely intellectually dishonest. Of course, there is evidence. Whether or not it's conclusive evidence is a whole different thing. He would be, if he said there is not totally conclusive evidence, there is an abundance of evidence, but it's not completely conclusive. It's not fully watertight. Okay, fair enough. But the thing is, when they don't like a claim, then any amount of evidence, unless it's absolutely conclusive, is no evidence. It all gets squashed to nothing. Right. And this is common with almost everyone we're going to look at with atheist channels.
Yeah.
They all pull the same trick. Whereas on the other side, they only need a morsel of evidence that indicates that what they're saying may be plausible. And that's enough to ground them as if it was fact.
Infinite regress is possible, according to him, because he has this morsel of evidence that infinite regress is possible. We just saw the two.
He hasn't presented it if he has it.
He hasn't. Yeah, that's true. But his evidence is that he believes in it. That nobody has shown evidence against infinite regress. For him,
so there is
enough evidence that is possible.
I mean, he is tacitly relying on evidence. He just hasn't presented it because he's saying, because they both agreed that in their view, matter can't be created or destroyed. And Dr. Derrick did appeal to the experiments of the people in the 18th century and so on that established conservation of energy, at least locally in thermodynamic systems. So there is some evidence to his position there, but it's very minor. But he didn't state it. Dr. Derrick did. So but even so, then you say, okay, if he's permitting logical evidence, he gave some scant logical evidence, which so far has been little more than either why not, or their mutual agreement that energy or matter can't be created or destroyed. Then he gave that short syllogism based on that false belief they both share.
Mm-hmm. Okay, one other thing here. Now, infinite regress. Okay, so obviously we didn't see much of evidence from the deconstruction guy on why infinite regress is possible. His argument was more to the effect of that you cannot prove to me, to my satisfaction, that infinite regress is not impossible, or it's not impossible. Yeah. Then for me, that is good enough evidence that it is possible, and he's moved ahead with that.
Well, he has two prongs. So that's one bound of it from one side, and the other side is his belief that matter can't be created or destroyed. Therefore, for him, the simplest explanation of this is that it always existed.
Mm-hmm.
I am sure it will appear as a tracer at some point.
Yeah, but for our audiences, why is it that infinite regress is not a good argument from atheists? Why is infinite regress such a bad argument to use?
Well, I mean, that's a huge topic, and we'd have to pick what kind of infinity you mean. Remember, I went through and spoke about there's actually a lot of notions of infinity that are being employed. And are we talking about a temporal regress, or are we talking about a dependency regress? Because in terms of temporal regress, then you run into the problems I highlighted, where actually everything's already happened, everything ends up being, you know, predetermined, and so on and so forth. Or that there's a lot of sort of issues that crop up there that you know, have their own, introduce their own demons. But if you're talking about a regressive dependency, that's the one that really can't be infinite. It really cannot be, because the system of dependencies, if the dependencies go on forever, then the only resolution you have is that you have this infinite chain of things that are dependent on something else. But then the whole chain could not be any other way, because it's infinite. So it covers all possibilities. Therefore, you've made a necessary thing anyway. You've just hidden it from yourself and others. And so, you know, it's nothing more than a cop-out position. And I mean, it can seem fairer to some people. Okay, but then you've got to say, okay, where does that sit in your ontology, in your philosophy of stuff? Do you really have the simpler theory? Or is it just when you're looking at this one problem from this one direction that it looks simpler? And actually, you've blown up the complexity of all the other problems. Is the overall holistic theory much simpler? And this is one of the problems people have using Occam's razor, or misusing it, is that it should only be applied between theories that are alike in terms of their explanatory power. And no system, no philosophical system with the label atheist is even close to 0.5% of the explanatory power of Islam. The domains are just entirely you know, different proportions, magnitudes.
Now, here's an argument. Okay, the reason why I would believe that, and probably really good arguments against infinite regress. So causal infinity, as you were talking about it, that it's not possible. One of the reasons why it's not possible for me is because of the law of conservation of matter and energy. Because matter and energy, if in a closed system, right, unless you're saying this whole loop is closed, right, then essentially that leads to the situation which you were talking about, that the whole chain of possibilities, the causal chain, becomes a necessity, right? So you're coming to that conclusion,
right? So this is the thing, is
so,
it's for me, what they do is they end up putting in a necessary being anyway.
Anyway,
they
but if
just
not
hide
closed,
it.
I actually want to
about
address
this closed system, though, because again, energy not created or destroyed locally in each part of the causal chain.
Exactly.
But once you have the whole global system, then this concept of energy conservation is a very, very different beast entirely. And it's interesting because, again, we have to rethink very much what the notion of time is and what we mean by time when we're looking at global universal scales. We know that now. Philosophers have warned of it for centuries before Einstein, but Einstein found the mass that showed we have to take that seriously. But unfortunately for many atheists, they simply have not adapted. They just continue to use their local, ironically Galilean concept of time, extend it back in far across the universe, create a whole load of logical inconsistencies with known physics, don't even know, don't even realize, and just crack on anyway. It's a big shame.
So I actually want to just explore this idea about causal infinities and infinities in time, because Muslims will come across these type of arguments from atheists, right? And it may be useful to explore this a bit, right? So when we start looking into this particular matter, right? So the two things, regardless of which one we pick up, if we let's assume for this particular thought experiment that there's a infinite causal chain spanning over an infinite period of time. All right.
Okay, so
Now,
temporal causality. So we're not talking
yeah,
about dependence. We're talking about temporal causal chains and infinitely
yes,
long way.
yes.
Okay.
Now, in this particular situation, this is what normally atheists expect to are expected to use to explain our existence today. Now, the problem I personally have with this is that it does not hold any explanatory power of why we are here, right? And it forces you in a situation where you have to address the idea of why do we exist as opposed to why do we not exist, right? And how do you explain that particular situation? Because it is equally likely for us to exist or not exist. Those are two equally likely situations, unless you're actually forcing a brute fact that we exist because we exist, and that's how it is, which is a very weak argument. It does not hold any explanatory power. Or you actually explain it in the way which I think they're pretty much the same thing. The what do you call it? The weak anthropic principle.
Yeah.
Says pretty much the same thing, right? Uh, then, to me, this idea of infinite regress is not giving an explanation at all. It's sort of a distraction rather than an explanation.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. What it is a thinly veiled justification to evade the actual questions.
Yes.
It's saying this summoning this allows me to evade the question, but moreover, it does it in a way that contradicts the position of anyone who says I'm an empiricist,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because an empiricist certainly should be treating something like an infinite causal chain that they cannot observe with the most extreme skepticism they can summon. And if they land on it anyway, then they're in real trouble in terms of trying to be self-consistent. We may have lost Faisal. Yeah, okay. Was there anything else to pick up? Let's see in my notes. Let's give any other good reason why infinite regress is not possible. Oh,
sorry about that. I got a call in the middle.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting for someone, so there may be a point in time where I have to leave for a few minutes. But if somebody jumps up by that time, you can carry on the conversation. I do see Brother Hassan and some
if
of the
not, then
brothers.
just leave me with some homework question to monologue on.
Yeah, because this is the interesting part to me, because they especially, let's take this as an explanation and put this in a large language model, some of the AIs, right? And what you end up with is the AI would explain it to you that using Occam's razor, an infinite regress is the better explanation compared to a necessary existence. Now, what the AI fails to understand is that it does not hold the explanatory power. These are not two equal explanations. One explains our existence when we insert a necessary existence like God. The other does not explain anything. It just suppose it sort of gives a distraction. It gives a thin. How did you put it? Thinly veiled.
Yeah, a thinly veiled cover over the justification of evading the question.
Yeah,
I'm very surprised what you said about what AI comes back with. That's some pretty poor AI. Have you tried asking it, but hang on, isn't the infinite temporal regress necessarily implying the existence of a necessary anyway? Because it's infinite, it couldn't be any other way. Because
you don't have to. And this is the very reason why I wanted to bring it up. So,
or is it a brute contingency?
Exactly. So those were the points that came up because I pressed the AI into expanding on why it was coming into this conclusion, and gave it different scenarios in which it doesn't make sense. Now, and the AI came back and explained, okay, when you look at this, right, it isn't a good explanation for these reasons, right? These are the this is what's lacking. Even though on Occam's razors, just pure principle of Occam razors, since there's one less entity that has to be explained, Occam's razors and Occam's razors implied then the infinite regress of contingencies is a better explanation according to the AI. Now, that's it is misleading, and for Muslim brothers and sisters watching this, I do want to emphasize that when you're asking questions of AI, take them with a grain of salt. Question the AI. Ask it to give responses from different angles. Like tell it that how would a Muslim argue against that? How would a atheist argue against that? How would agnostic argue against that? How would
you do have to be careful with the questions and how you pose them, for sure. And it's also very interesting to throw the same thing. I had an email I was sending to someone about recommended course of physics books to go through their studies they're on, or some portion of it. And if I throw it into the AI and say, I've given this recommendations or system recommendations, tell me what you think. Have I missed anything? Is it too much? It'll give one answer, very nice one. If I throw it in the AI and say, some idiot online said this, what do you reckon? It'll give me a totally different answer, because AI is primarily trained. This is really important. It is primarily trained to please the user. That is and always has been more important to AI than whether or not something is true. It is a pathological liar, and it's really good at it. So be very, very careful. I might also raise, there was a study done recently by MIT, massive 200-page study you can go through, where they've physically measured, and you can see the graphs and the pictures and read the detailed analysis on how quickly overuse of AI will literally rot your brain, literally rots its ability to form connections, retain memories about things you've written. It only took about 4 months of relying on AI to write articles and things for people, or relying on as a main information source, to significantly effectively damage the brain. So be really, really careful with AI. Use it sparingly. I do use it sometimes. I use it mostly to check what quote unquote normal person, or quote unquote average society or some perspective might say on something. Like you said, how would an atheist or an agnostic or whatever take this? But often I'm looking for things like what is considered well known or not well known in this particular field. I asked something, if I want to put it in a paper, is this something that I need to prove, or will this be a readily accepted result? Stuff like that. It's okay.
The person at hi in the chat, you can jump up. You can click the link, jump up. We can have a conversation anytime you're ready. Right?
Please do. I'm just going to fill up my
so
water.
let's sure.
I really got to, so I've got dry throat.
Okay. While Brother Islam takes a short break, let's talk about. Let me bring it up on the screen. Where is it? rehatullarab.com. So for all you brothers and sisters, if you're interested in sense, if you're interested in incense, if you're interested in what do you call it, perfumes, right? Islamic perfumes, go to Brother Yamani's website, rehatullarab.com. They have some really good scents available there. Would recommend all of them, depending on what your what your preferences are. But they've got some good collection. And when you're there, use the discount code DOTS15 for 15% off. right? So would recommend everyone to go check this out. All right, Brother Sam,
The
let's
number
continue.
15 works. Don't even try it.
All right, just so everybody can see, DOTS 15. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and see what else they will point out. Now, there will come a point where these people start going into scripture, and I'm not too interested in that particular discussion unless you are, Brother Sam.
Not really. There are some interesting argument dynamics that came up when they moved into the scripture side of things.
Okay.
You know, in particular, I think it relates to this claim your God is imaginary, yet he spends something like half an hour trying to argue that his God isn't God of the Bible. Well, that's got nothing to do with the the discussion. And I think that there's an exercise in showing incredible restraint on Professor Derek's side of things. But I don't think it's worth spending a half an hour on. Yeah.
All right, let's move ahead.
For example, the idea that not everything in the world can be contingent.
Why not?
And so if you want to say that the universe is eternal, I think you would have to say that it would be necessary. Do you think do you think the universe necessarily exists? Like it couldn't possibly be otherwise?
I mean, the fact that it exists, I think, demands that it does exist necessarily, or else it wouldn't exist.
So it seems like a kind of bite the bullet position you'd have to take, and that's understandable.
Is that the universe
no
exists?
problems there.
I'm willing to bite that
No.
bullet. Yeah.
Go ahead. You want to say something? Because every part they say, there's something packed in there.
There's so much in there. You know, that the universe exists? Yeah, I'm willing to bite that bullet. What a disgustingly manipulative response. Obviously, you know, nobody's denying the universe exists there, right? But that's not in any way backing up the claim. It's completely misrepresenting what's going on. That's a terrible diversionary tactic. Because what this deconstruction guy has just said is, well, it exists, therefore it necessarily exists. What on earth kind of mode or logic is he using? Because he will freely think about other possible worlds whenever he wants. You know, so one in which this universe exists, or one in which a universe exists, or a universe that supports life, and so on. Totally, he's just saying because something is true now, then it necessarily is true, which is not only an abdication, but it shows that his philosophical maturity is somewhere in the bottom of a toilet. There's you know, you just say just because fact A may be true in this world does not mean it's necessarily true in any possible worlds. You can't infer necessarily. The only way you can infer fact T is true necessarily is if it's a theorem in the logic of the worlds that you're analyzing. So if it always holds, and you know, this universe existing in the sense in which they're talking about, it evades the entire point that Derek's getting at, and it's really diabolical, because this is the kind of thing where one smart sounding clip, you know, one quip that this guy makes sounds all clever and witty and stuff like that, but it's to properly address it. Look how long I've been talking compared to that. Now, if I was in a dynamic conversation with this guy, he would have tons of other things lined up to beat you with. And that's exactly how these conversations evolve. He wouldn't let me take the time to go and pull apart, you know, how ridiculous and unfair it is to even think about answering like that. But the fact that he preceded that answer with, well, it's true, so it's necessarily true, is you couldn't be. He just has no business using words associated with logic at that point. He just absolutely no business with it.
It is abysmal. Every time he's been given the opportunity to present some form of evidence for his claims, He's actually just used quips and these witty type of responses
Yeah.
without
I wouldn't
ever
mind if he
putting it.
presented himself as a layman, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
He presents himself as
Uh,
someone who's really rational, really logical, really grounded. It's
Although
all
he does
terrible.
say that he does not understand philosophy and formal logic. He does point that out to people and to just
Well,
use.
when convenient, he also, grandstands on his masters in theology when convenient, in which you have to do quite a lot of philosophy. Otherwise, what are you even doing in a theology
Exactly.
discussion?
Now here's something.
Well, yeah,
I
and that's an interesting point, though. If he does like to say, "Well, I don't really understand,"
Yeah.
logic or modal logic or whatever, well, then why the hell is he using it? What would he think of someone on the other side of the debate who's using terms and concepts and ideas he hasn't researched and doesn't really understand? He'd tear them to pieces. He wouldn't even give them the time. The hypocrisy is unbounded.
Yeah. Now, for our brothers and sisters in the chat, something that you need to address or you need to take note of that has to be addressed here. When you see this person, right, see how much of the screen he's actually occupying. Okay, it actually shows whenever you see this type of a setting, this actually shows the kind of individual you're going to have a conversation with. This is not a conversation where you're going to be given justice would be done. This is meant to be focused on the individual running the stream. This is not like how we operate. You've seen that when any of our guests come up, even if we disagree with them, right? And sometimes these people just take things beyond what is normally acceptable. They what ends up happening is what we normally do with them. We give them equal space on the panel, right? As any other member of the panel is given. They're allowed to make their claims and they're asked to provide evidence for their claims. Some people fail to do that. And when they fail to do that, yes, it's important to question them. Now, over here, what is happening is this is just showing the narcissism in this type of situation. The individual wants to just promote himself. That I'm really, really good at shutting down these people and shutting down all thought processes, which is really all he's doing. He's not given any evidence for any of his own claims. Any of the refutations that he's done are based on incredulity, nothing else, right? And he sort of pushes the person who's jumping on his stream as that they have to prove in every situation what it is. Now, there is a claim at the top: your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. Like, how are you actually coming to that? Uh, uh, how are you actually making that statement? That is a claim. Provide the evidence that you have, and then we can probably prove you wrong. If you provide us the statement which includes your evidence, the evidence that backs your statement here.
He can't even do that. It's interesting because one of the reasons I think he spent a good half an hour trying to pin the tail on the Derek donkey, right, where he tried to take his preformed notion of what he thinks the Christian narrative of God is and pin it on Derek and say, this is your God and this is imaginary, is because that's the one that he has a pre-built ammunition store of attacks for. It's very important to him that it holds some kind of substance, and that if Derek doesn't hold that view of God, that he has a way to denigrate him and make his view somehow irrelevant some other kind of way. It's very, very manipulative. And I do wonder if this deconstruction guy is self-aware or not. I can't tell externally, but I in a way hope he's really not self-aware of all these behaviors, because if he's aware and keeps doing them, it just makes me makes my skin crawl.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
It's not what I meant. That the universe exists necessarily because it exists. So that the universe exists necessarily, it's sort of a bite, and that's understandable, because like what other response could you have other than saying because if you want to say it's contingent, which I think most things in the universe are contingent.
Right, but
Like I would say nearly everything in the universe is contingent,
but Professor,
if not everything.
well, look at it from my point of view, right? We're saying that the thing that we know exists, the universe, right? I'm saying the thing that we know for a fact exists necessarily. You're saying no, it once didn't exist, and something that we have no evidence of caused it to exist. So you're saying, I'm saying the thing we know exists necessarily. You're saying a thing that we don't know exists necessarily and caused everything to come into existence. I think one of those is just an easier thing to grab hold of than the other. And the thing that's easier to grab hold of is a thing that we know already exists.
This is probably the most honest statement that he's made so far. Do you want to unpack it?
Yeah, I mean, so this is, I think, the first time to my eyes he's actually laid a argument that is in any way worth addressing, that has some substance to it. So let's try and make sure I unpack it correctly. So he's saying the thing we know exists, right? The universe exists necessarily. That's his claim, not that it's contingent, that it's necessarily exists. Okay. And then he's saying, as opposed to Dr. Derek, which says that something we have no evidence of, with massive inverted commas, caused it to exist. Now, the way he's framed it does make it seem simpler, if you like, to just tag the necessary claim onto this universe. But I don't think he realizes the implications of this, right? And what he's actually brought in by doing so, by saying that not just that it exists, but that it couldn't be any other way. That is a ginormous claim of epic proportions that flies in the face of all the physics that he's been appealing to, and a whole bunch of the other logic he's been appealing to before as well. I just don't know if he realizes that. And I don't know if he's just making a simplified misstatement, where really he should be saying much more along the lines of Oppie, who I know I keep referring to him, but he's one of the few atheist philosophers that I really respect, and makes his views very clear what they are, as philosophical cogency. So he'll say that the laws and the matter and so on is necessary, and so that's actually a statement that has some legs. But if you say the universe as a whole, as it is necessary, well, I mean, for one thing, we're observing it change. All the observations point to it changing. So how are you dealing with that? What is this thing that's necessary, right?
I think the definition of necessary needs to be clarified here.
Right. Do you want to pull up some definitions from like Stanford Philosophical Encyclopedia? Just make sure we're not making it up.
Oh, let me see.
I mean, that's an important point, right? If the observations that he appeals to in other times say it changes, and yet he's saying, "Oh, necessary is easier." Yeah, it's easier. Like, it's much easier to generate a load of BS than it is to generate a carefully considered position, right? So yeah, it's easier, but you have to. Consistency matters. Without consistency, you don't have anything to stand on in terms of truth claims or saying you have a rational position. I think that there are ways of conceiving of something that is necessary, that is able to change. It's very, very fraught with danger. It's very technically complicated. Typically, what is meant is something that could not be any other way and therefore does not change. But what you can do is come up with a concept of necessary that involves some kind of dynamics, but then you end up back with, for example, the Oppie position, where you say the laws are unchanging.
All right, so this is definitely the best site for philosophical data, to refresh your concepts. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, or not the best, but almost the most accessible one for us, at least.
Yeah.
Right. So let's take a look at this. What it says: God and other necessary beings. Now, this is not a definition of necessary itself, but let's see. It is commonly accepted that there are two sorts of existent entities. those that exist but could have failed to exist, and those that could not have failed to exist. Entities of the first sort are called contingent beings. Entities of the second sort are called necessary beings. Right? We will be concerned with the latter sort of entity in this article. Now, here's the thing: can the universe fail to exist? Can you even imagine that possibility? And the answer is yes. Can anything that exists in the universe fail to exist? I think most of what exists in the universe can fail to exist. So, without question, most of the universe has contingent existences or contingent beings. Right. Do you want to add anything, Brother San?
No, I think it's a shame the article is playing, God and other necessary beings, because it gives this little loophole that this deconstruction guy can try and escape through. But if something is metaphysically a necessary being, which is what he really used, the universe itself is a necessary being, then it is immutable in that aspect of its in whatever is in the nature of that thing. Now, because he said the universe, it's referring to everything, right? Because he just wants to he's got a catch-all for everything in order to make his view look simpler, right? And this is the key thing. Remember, he was making a might view simpler argument. In order to do that, he has to take the whole universe, say the whole thing's necessary. Well, in that case, because he hasn't done any nuanced definitions of anything, or differentiating the laws from the matter, for example, then that whole thing becomes this one entity which exists necessarily, which means it can't change.
Let's see what Copilot.
Because it's metaphysically necessary being. Right?
Yeah, I'm just going to put it in for Copilot to give us a definition, comprehensive definition. Okay, here it is. A being or entity whose existence is not contingent on anything else and which exists in all possible worlds. Right. So key characteristics: it's not contingent, existence in all possible worlds, it's self-explanatory, philosophical context, cosmological argument, ontological. Okay, and types of necessity: logical necessity, metaphysical necessity, and physical necessity. Right.
Yeah.
So there are levels of necessity and the one that we are trying to discuss is at the metaphysical, right?
Yeah.
True by virtue of logic.
I mean, he wasn't very clear, but in order to use it in the context he's using it, it's most charitable to say he was using it as metaphysical. It gets even worse if it's only a logical necessity, but he's using it in that argument. But if you ask Copilot, is a metaphysically necessary being regarded as, or genuinely regarded as, immutable in essence? No, generally. Not genuinely, generally.
Regarded as immutable? Is that what you said?
Immutable, yeah. In essence. And then follow up. Oh, okay. We'll do a follow up afterwards.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If a being exists necessarily, then it exists in all possible worlds. Its essence, what it is, must be the same in every world.
This is the key thing, because I remember he said the universe is necessary, adjusting the whole thing. So it's essence, it's everything that he's referring to. This is what I mean. It's such a terrible definition, but he had to do it that way, in this sweeping, self-collapsing way, in order to make his view look simpler than Derek's. The moment he adds in the pieces and clarifications you need to come out of these traps, he's expressing something more complicated than Derek's view. That's the point I wanted to get across.
Yeah. Okay. So let's actually get back to our video. And let's see. So far, I don't think either one of them fully understands what they're arguing for. Unfortunately,
I
even
think
for
Derek
Dr.
understands a lot more than the thing is.
He does.
I feel
but
like Derek's has to talk to the person that's in front of him, right? And he's doing his best to effectively be the adult in the room talking to a child without being condescending and making it clear that he's talking to a child. I mean, Derek's,
yeah, it's true.
quite
It's
philosophical,
true.
and
agree with
he's
that.
really trying to make the conversation work, whereas deconstruction guy is trying to do the exact opposite. Having said that, yeah, Derek has made a significant number of faux pas, which really surprised me. And I don't know if that's related to his dumbing down or if it's related to, the views he holds need some work. I would actually be interested in messaging him and having a good old conversation with him about this stuff. Try and strengthen his arguments. If not, just give him dawah and give him an even stronger argument of Islam.
Let's go ahead.
Inshallah.
That's fair, but think about this claim that the universe exists necessarily. Like, I don't make this claim about like oak.
Oh, what's going on?
So while you're doing that, yeah.
For example, obviously, because it falls down a hill, lands in a different spot, gets eaten up by a squirrel or something, there's not going to be an oak tree there. So it could very well have been otherwise. And you and I are both contingent. In fact, everything in the world that we know of is contingent. So why think that the universe is somehow different?
Why is it?
Okay.
Let's let him respond.
Did you want to add something?
I just want to see his response first.
Not contingent.
Right.
No, I'm asking you. In my worldview, it's an infinite regress of contingencies.
Do you see the absurdity of that? With all due respect, like the infinite regress of contingencies.
Again, you haven't provided a reason why I should reject an infinite regress other than incredulity. That if all you have against this is incredulity, you don't have an argument.
It's not incredulity. I am expressing incredulity, but it's not merely incredulity that's my reason.
Then why can there not be an infinite regress in the past the same way there's going to be infinite stuff in the future?
So if there were an infinite regress of contingent, let's say, chain of a series of events, right? Because that's all the universe is. It's just objects and then, there changes, right? That accounts for both space and time.
I think we
space
agree there, yeah.
Is, right. Space is just the measurement between objects and time is just the measurement between change. So really, we're not talking about space and time. Forget about that. Those are just kind of like the buckets in which we place these things. Really, we're talking about objects and their changes. So,
well, I think for that conversation to be had, you might refer to physics. And physics believes that time and space are a web that is somehow a fundamental property of the physical reality, right? So I don't know if I would call space-time a bucket because it seems to be a property of the physical world. But I'm not a physicist. Someone like Sean Carroll, Dr. Blitz, William Kinney, like they could explain that in great detail that someone of my position couldn't.
Sure. And I'm speaking outside of my expertise just to flag this. I don't specialize in this area. So I would be the first to defer to somebody who is an expert on these things. But so far as I understand it, space-time, however they're interwoven, it takes into that thing is not something that actually exists itself. That's why I use the metaphor of a bucket. We can discard that if you like, but the idea here is that space doesn't.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Or are you suggesting space-time doesn't exist? I guess I'm confused.
In the sense that a hole does not exist, right? If I dig a hole, the hole doesn't exist because there's nothing like physical. There's no matter there or anything like that. That's all I'm saying about space. Like it's just the space, the emptiness between objects.
I mean, perhaps I don't know if that's my understanding of space-time, but I don't know if it matters for where we're trying to get to, and I don't know if we want to waste a bunch of time on that, especially since neither one of us are actually physicists.
Sure.
Yeah, this seemed to be moving on, but I think you've got a lot to say here.
Yeah, where to start? I mean, it's interesting. He sort of appeals to this, he's the one that's supposed to have a well-founded notion of there being an infinite causal chain that went on for all time. And yet then, as soon as he gets into slightly murky waters regarding time as physicists see it, which he's selectively appealing to when he wants to, all of a sudden he says, "Oh, I'm not a physicist. I want to get rid of this." So he wants to sort of save his position of saying, "Well, I believe in an infinite causal regress." That he says, I shouldn't say it like that because I'll get clipped one day. But he's trying to save his position where he states he believes in an infinite causal regress, and yet when posed a challenge on this, says, "Well, space and time, I don't really get it anyway." I was like, "Well, you better. If this is your foundation, and you're using these concepts of either you're using the concepts of space and time that are in physics and causality that are in physics, or you're using your own thing that you've yet to define. Either way, you're screwed." Right? So, what are you going to do now? This thing, again, infinite series of events. There was a start to that infinite series. Is much simpler, especially if you're an empiricist, because now you're using the same rule as everything else. When you're the one that's using a different rule, you're saying, you know what? Yeah, for everything else, there's no. There's a starting event in the causal chain, but not for the universe as a whole. That's a special claim you're making, contrary to the normal empirical position, contrary to the way the analysis has been done for those theories you're relying on and so on. You've got a lot to patch up there. Now, it's interesting what Dr. Derek said, Professor Derek, I get confused, who's addressed us both, is space and time as buckets. I don't love the analogy, but he's right to say there's a big sense in which it's not real. It's very much along the line that Einstein originally developed it. However, his theories were hijacked by the likes of Cartan and the Hilbert school of formalists and so on. And there was a whole school of people that basically completely misunderstood him and Maxwell. And there's a big, interesting geopolitical story in there as well, but I won't sidetrack too much. So there was a period of physics where the idea that space-time is an ontological substance of some sort did grab hold in some people's views, but the founding definitions still remain that space and time is a system of rulers and clocks. Right. So what exists is the events. And then we use rulers and clocks that we make to measure relationship between events. And that's how we get this notion of space and time. Right. Not that space and time is actually a medium within which things are then put. Yeah. However, again, any of this is argument from what is the prevailing view of physicists. And I don't think that's a strong basis for any of these arguments, because this is appeal to authority. I think if you're going to use physics or physics concepts, you had better learn them. If you're not going to learn them, or you're going to misrepresent them, or you're going to use some popular science oversimplified version, don't take them out. See if you still have an argument left when you have to rely on concepts that you do understand. This is where they all fall over.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. So it does appear that almost like the previous one where infinite regress was being discussed, it is going to be left inconclusive.
There's more.
So the idea here is that
I'll leave it for your
instead of.
Sorry?
So there's more I could say on infinite regress, but I'll leave it for when you need to go pray.
Oh, okay.
Talking about space, time, and the beginning of the universe, because really the universe is just the collection of the whole. I want to just talk about objects, the things inside the universe, because that's really that's our focus. We want to talk about the changes between those things, and once you talk about, you move the focus to those things. Talk about those things are the things that form the series of causes and effect, right? I don't think that a series of contingent things can have a cause and effect chain forever. right?
Why not?
Because if we are seeing, so let's take the line of dominance.
Like, why not? This idea, what would you call it? This approach that he's taking, where
What,
he
the why
sort of
not?
made himself the judge, jury, executioner, and he's basically put himself on this throne where he's not anything that he says is not questionable, or he doesn't even
It's
allow the other person to question him.
just picture this. Just imagine for a second, right? Imagine that Derek on the other side says, I believe God exists, and I believe God. It's he says I believe God is the best explanation, and deconstruction guy says, well, I don't think that is the best explanation for this or that reason, and Derek just says, why not? I disagree. Why not? I disagree. Like, wouldn't accept anything like this. It baffles me. It really baffles me how he has such a significant following. Who are these people that are looking up to this guy? Like, so there's people like Rationality Rules, okay, who is very much on the same bandwagon, if you like, in terms of the position they're trying to represent. But Rationality Rules is 100 times the philosophical maturity and the respectfulness, and it's just a more entertaining person to watch and listen to. He has his own problems. I would do a deconstruction of him, but you'd find a far more respectful deconstruction of someone like Rationality Rules' position. I'm not saying he's error-free or problematic. And there's people like Alex O'Connor. Why aren't people too busy watching these guys or Graham Oppie or the people who interview him or so on? It's like, what attracts people to this and makes them think that this is that they're learning? Because the guy says, after using something confident in the argument, ends up retreating to, well, I don't know, I'm not an expert in anything I'm using the terms for anyway. He relies on modal logic a lot and on attacking arguments in modal logic, and then says, I don't know modal logic. Relies on physics concepts, and then says, I don't actually know the physics concepts, and then is inconsistent with himself. Like, so you're not learning. He's not in a particularly pleasant way of interacting. He's not a good role model in any sense. I just really despair that he's got such a popular channel with this performance. It says a lot.
Yeah, but that's what people are looking for. It's entertainment, not really education. Right?
But why is that entertaining?
Did you get that? It's really pure entertainment.
But this is the thing. Why is that more
because
entertaining?
He's coming
like
across as cocky. Yeah, but he's just being cocky, and that's probably what entertains people. Like when it comes to entertainment, you don't have to be logical for entertainment purposes, right?
Right. I suppose so. Well, then, what are we doing here? If I guess it doesn't present itself as brain dead entertainment. It's not. All right. It doesn't brand it as the Kardashians, right?
I do have a video that sort of encapsulates fully what we've seen so far. I'm gonna play it.
All right. Is it from
just
someone
for
who's
a
going to
very
be
quick
more
understanding? Let's see.
Okay.
Did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah.
Do you love your mommy?
Yeah.
Do you love your daddy?
No.
Do you love your Uncle Jalen?
No.
Are you sure you're playing the right
Do you
video?
love your grandparents?
No.
I'm playing exactly the right video. This is how I feel what was happening. The baby just keeps saying no. This is what we're seeing. Really, this is exactly what we say, right? No matter what you say, you just have to say no to the other person, and you win the debate.
But this is very common.
That's
the thing is, the thing is, how well do they cover their tracks, right? Because remember, underneath all of this is basically just selective skepticism, and it's the same with Ian, right? This other chap that we went through, right? And so it's always this, you know, they can ask why. It's just like the philosophical equivalent of, are we nearly there yet? You know, with a kid on the back seat of a car. Until they say something that they feel they can grab onto, and then they'll grab onto it, and then they'll go to town with an attack, or they'll say, "I disagree. I disagree. I disagree." Yeah. But if someone else, they wait. Exactly. This is exactly what it is. Which is, it's very much like a sparring match. If you've ever done martial arts, two people in a ring, right? The idiot is the one who just goes, hell for leather straight in at the other guy. Because you've got to, sense each other out and so on, and get them to launch stuff. This is why, they have this, why they're so successful with these platforms, where basically they get to defend with indefinitely thick walls, where the attacker is never really allowed to get anywhere near them. And if they do get anywhere near them, they have a sort of teleport or destroy button. And that's really, how this stuff works. So this why, or I disagree, or
no, why, that sort of thing.
So because you see, Derek, again, it's not the greatest example of this, but at least he tries to pick up and say, well, if you say that, then such and such a thing follows. He's trying to pick up the guy's threads, right? Now, this is when you have two people and they're trying to build some understanding bridge together, right? They're trying to understand each other and see where they get to. That's a necessary part of any healthy communication, right? They're going to see, where can we find some alignment with both human beings existing in this world? There must be plenty of alignment we can get established, and then we can talk about what we differ on. This is the example from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is also, well identified as being a healthy way to conduct these kind of discussions. But what you see here is what can I fight on? What can I knock you down on? Like, he's not giving any ground, but he has a very sort of apparently twisted view on what sort of winning is, or rather what the success criteria are for the conversation.
He's not engaged in any of the conversations the Dr. Derek has been trying to bring up. It's always been very brief responses, like 2 words, 3 words. Why not? Doesn't matter. Or
he gives more comprehensive than just the odd few words. Sometimes he gives a variety of whole sentences. But at the end of the day, what he's not doing at any point is picking up on what Dr. Derek says and even trying to check if he understands him. If you notice, there's not one time when he just goes through and says, right, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, and walks through that step of interactions until they both agree. There's like minute, separate, isolated facts they'll agree on, and he'll get some level of agreement. But there's no effort to check, has he understood Dr. Derek's view? And that's just really telling and really sad.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. We'll move ahead.
This very basic example. Obviously, the universe is much more complex than that, and the objects in the universe are more complex. But if we take a line of dominoes, the domino line is falling now, which, in our analogy, it is falling. And now it's moving. Now we see objects that are moving, causes and effects are happening. So the line of dominoes in the analogy, they're falling. What we're saying, if it extends infinitely into the past, is there is no beginning. And so if there is no beginning, then the dominoes that are falling now shouldn't be falling, because they never began to fall. They never began to fall.
We don't have dominoes. I understand the metaphor. The metaphor is like, we shouldn't have movement if there wasn't a first move, but I disagree. I think it's a category error. You're suggesting that there needs to be a first movement for movement to happen.
I'm inferring based on, there's movement now, and there had to have movement begin to move. So Let's see figure out, let it be at whatever time you'd like. It could have been 2 hours ago. Some metaphysicians play around with this. They're like, oh yeah, the universe could just pop into existence a second ago or something.
I mean, theoretically, that is possible. All of our memories could just be fictitious, made up at the moment of creation 2 minutes ago.
Sure. Yeah. So people like to play around with this. So I'm not suggesting that, of course. But it can be at whatever far back or however proximate to now, recent, or it can be at, really far back in the past. But at some point, there had to be some first domino to fall. Otherwise, there just wouldn't be dominoes falling now.
Well, I don't think so. I think that domino was caused by the domino prior to it, and the domino prior to it, and the domino prior to it. And I think the God doesn't solve the problem, because the God has to figure out why that infinite regress is allowed through special pleading, but the infinite regress of the universe isn't.
Okay, so at least we got something to respond to, right? So two things that were brought up, which I want to bring up here. Number one, the idea that an infinite regress, it actually means that at any point in time, or at any point of the causal chain, right, wherever we stand, we're looking at an infinite number of events, infinite number of causes, or infinite time prior to us at that point, right? Which means there's an unending chain of causes, time, or events. Okay. Now, to reach the point at which we are, it would mean this unending chain has to come to the point where we exist, right? Or where we're observing, which is ending that whole series of unending events, time, or chain. Okay. Now, I know that certain responses to this argument say that you're not really ending the chain, but the chain is going to continue. You're just existing on the chain. But the point here is, for us to arrive at that point, that unending chain needs to end. Because no matter how far back you are, if you're early or late, because there is no early or late in the chain, there is still an infinite number of events prior to you. So how does that infinite number of events come to arrive at the point that you are?
I mean, I want to know what kind of a notion of causation he's appealing to, because it's obviously not the one in physics, right? Yes. He's appealing to one in physics when he feels like it. But obviously in physics you have your initial conditions. Yeah, that's the first domino in the analogy, and it's an analogy, not a metaphor. That was a dirty trick you put in there, because he called it a metaphor rather than an analogy, to say he's making a category error when he's saying it's an analogy. Because it's more complicated to talk about everything than just the line of dominoes, but the same principle holds. It's much more in keeping with all the other theoretical ideas and frameworks and stuff that are being used that there was a first domino. It's exceedingly difficult to be logically consistent and take the position that there was no first domino. And the people who do that are, from my observations, the only people who've done that are suffering extreme versions of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where it's only because they entirely lack understanding of the associated issues that they think it's simple and works as an explanation. And they're only sort of emboldened to keep going down this this line because they, well, I mean, everyone should go look up the Dunning-Kruger effect, really, and understand it and see it at work right now. So yeah, I mentioned the category error, and wasn't Eric saying, fine, inferring there is movement now. The point about the universe could have popped into existence alongside of our memories is a good point. It is interesting to think about, because it helps you to understand this notion of first cause, which again is basically this notion of the initial conditions that are applied with any physical theory. If any laws you talk about, there's nothing until you combine those laws with some initial condition, and that's what then gives the subsequent evolution, right, of the system, whatever it be. And that's this whole notion of causation, which has any kind of credibility to appeal to in the first place. So if he's appealing to that, he has the first domino problem. If he's not appealing to that, he's out there on his own with some system of physics that has no initial conditions, none needed. Well, go and invent it then, because it doesn't currently exist. But he just doesn't seem to be aware of that fact. But I do always like to say, you know, it's not watertight. There are ways to argue for an infinite regress. However, the price you pay is extraordinary, and nobody that I've actually seen or challenged this to any serious extent has been willing to pay that price. And the first payment of that price is to actually learn the concepts that you're using, actually learn the logic, actually learn the maths, actually learn the related physics, you know, whatever you're appealing to. They're not willing to pay that cost. If they do realize and they are told or fed, you know, what they need to know about, you know, what they've eventually taken on, they end up losing, you know, free will, explanatory power, all the things. They end up having no basis to apply Occam's razor in the first place. But by then their minds got a long way away from when they made the Occam's razor argument. It's very, very typical.
Yes.
The last thing worth addressing, I think. Oh no, second last thing. If he agreed it's possible, and he agreed it's theoretically possible the universe could have popped into existence, right? Okay. Well, that's, again, it's got this initial domino problem. But then what about the universe is necessary position that we discussed before?
Exactly.
Well, how does that work? See, self-consistency means nothing to him. He has no need for it. And this is the key thing, right? This is a common theme with all of these the people of this style. They demands perfect, complete, watertight, absolute consistency from his interlocutor,
but that's the thing.
Refuses to even assess the fact that his own position is entirely inconsistent on more fronts than you can count.
Yes, and this is the thing, right? Most likely he doesn't hold any position whatsoever.
Yeah,
and that's
it's all just, it's kufr. It's literally convenient covers on things, because underlying this is, to me, quite evidently just an emotional need to feel like he has explanations and isn't just an idiot. That's what it looks like. And so all of this is just sort of some performance art. So I think you're right, you know, and it being entertainment. This is a kind of performance art, because there's certainly not only no evidence of intellectual due diligence, but an abundance of evidence of throwing due diligence to the wind, of having no interest in asking the basic questions of himself, of doing any of this sort of, am I being self-consistent? It just jumped to whatever is a convenient position to win the argument in front of him. And that's what he's practiced. It's very sad.
Exactly. And one other thing that I actually want to bring up, if we give into this idea that he brought up, that we could have all popped up a minute ago and all our memories put there. Now, for that to have happened, right, it forces you to ask the question, why is that happening and who's making it happen? Because there must be a cause behind that, right? Like if
even the language he used was, and all the memories were put there. Like, you know, he can't even, absolutely. You know, but and this question, he would say it's a loaded question to say who's doing it. And this goes back to this really important point where they always fall back on this. They say, God doesn't solve the problem. Why does he get special pleading? Now, this is only a problem of Western philosophy. If you look at, you know, Al-Ghazali's work, you look at, you know, Kalam's, or at least as we understand Kalam's original argument presented, we don't have an actual copy of it. You know, very specifically an argument about created things. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is uncreated, right? So it's not special pleading. You know, it's just part of the definition of terms, right? The very basic things. So this causal chain applies to created things. It doesn't apply to the uncreated. And that was the whole argument I went through before. I can go through again about you know, the causal chain, its termination and necessary being, and then the need for the will of the creation, which is worth going through. What's Maker put on the screen? Sonic the Hedgehog. This reminds me of when I was young and feckless. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Maker. can you explain contingency? Because I keep thinking that does that make Allah contingent? Astaghfirullah, because he has hands, face, and eyes that befit him. So please explain. Okay, so contingency is dependence on things, right? Or it's not being self-sufficient. So, sorry, if you are contingent, then you depend on at least one other thing. If you are not contingent, you are entirely self-sufficient. So that's only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who's entirely self-sufficient, as we know from Surah Al-Ikhlas, for example. Now, so him being not contingent means he's necessary being. Remember, necessary beings, the immutable essence of it. Now, in general, it's very difficult to come up with a notion of necessary being where that being is composed of parts. Many philosophers go to the stage of saying it's impossible to have a necessary being that's composed of parts, and I'm almost in that camp. I'm just aware that there are logics where you can go down that route. So it's not just this notion of contingency, it's also this notion of divine simplicity, where we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one. He's indivisible. Okay. So when you have this notion of what sounds like parts, his hands, his face, his eyes, his will, his any of his names and attributes, if they sound like parts, they're being incorrectly understood. They're not being correctly understood. In order to have the correct concept of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you have to have a concept that is consistent with all elements of the definition. And that includes divine simplicity, that he's not separated into parts. Now, there was this big controversy, obviously, with the Mu'tazilites, with, is the Quran, or is Allah's, the Quran is Allah's speech, is composed of parts, there's surahs and ayats. And so, is the implication that he's made of parts, but then he's uncreated, right? Now, this was all a terrible problem that came from the Mu'tazilites applying these very concepts you're talking about incorrectly, and it generated a huge fitna. And to address it fully and comprehensively, there are books upon books written about it, and there are very simple, resolutions to understanding this stuff. But the key thing is divine simplicity, right? Allah is not made of parts, but we're very limited. So in order to understand him at all, we have to have understandable pieces. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows he made us as limited beings, and we have to be limited beings because there's only one unlimited being, which is God. So since we're limited beings and he knows how he made us, then he has made and sanctioned certain concepts and a certain conceptual framework that we have been sanctioned to legitimately use to refer to him. And these are the ones that we read about in the Quran and Sunnah. And these can be used consistently, but you have to be careful, not just use some of it. You have to use all of it together. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a straw man rather than the real deal. And that's really
I want to add something. I want to add something here, because this is so, without going too much into the differences of the Aqidah, right? What I would add here is that there are scholars who've actually understood it to be metaphorical. There are scholars who've understood this to be like how that it's these are real, not metaphorical, right?
Oh, I wasn't implying metaphorical.
I know about that, but I just want to make sure that for a maker that this sort of idea that this isn't something which all of us need to understand, that when the Quran talks about Allah's hands, face, eyes, right? When you look at the context, right? Sometimes in the context, the way the words are used or explained, okay, they're given the meaning that you would understand for that particular part of the body for a specific reason in that context. For example, the hands, which I remember much more clearly than the others, is that you would that Allah has two right hands, right? And the idea behind having two right hands is that both of his hands are forgiving. He doesn't take. And you always give in Islam, the idea is you always give with the right hand and you receive with the left. Okay.
But it's also there's
So
good deeds and bad deeds, right? And the being on the right and being on the
yeah.
left, and the shaitan
So
uses his left hand. But it's
yeah.
not
So
the reason. There's always
uh,
one of the many reasons, right? The wisdom in every
yes.
ayat of the Quran is so vast. So
Yeah.
it's
But
almost
let
framing
me
from a
finish up,
shaitan
because this
to, oh,
this part is important, because people need to understand this. There is no point in dwelling over, okay, what is Allah's face, or what does it mean by Allah's hands, what does it mean by Allah's eye. The Quran says it, we take it bila kaif, without understanding or without asking question of what does he mean by that, or how is he doing something, right? There are certain things we would not understand about Allah until we get the opportunity in the next world, if he allows us that opportunity, right? We would only then we would be able to have that understanding. In this world, in this life, right, it is enough for us to know that Allah exists and he's in control of everything. Now, do not conflate the idea of contingent with the idea of hand, faces, eyes. Now, actually, one thing I want to add
well,
to
being
this now,
composed of
remember,
parts, the divine simplicity.
yes, yes, but I so there's a couple of things here. Number one, I want you to remember the Surah Ikhlas, the fourth verse, right? Uh, "Walam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad," right? That there is nothing like him. So even if we do accept that Allah has hand, face, eyes, that is nothing like how we understand hands, faces, and eyes, right? So to make that comparison would be incorrect. Now, having said all of this, I would add this other thing now. So, brother Islam, one of the reasons why I sort of do not like using divine simplicity as a term is because of how much the Christians use it and how much connotation there is of the Christian understanding of it. So when the brother
Okay,
is
fair
using
enough.
divine simplicity, what he's meaning is that Allah is not composed of parts, right? It's
Yeah.
not meant in the same understanding as the Christians would, right? So do not take that as an exact use of the term, right? And for that very reason, that Allah is not composed of parts or anything like that, right? He cannot be contingent. Plus, like, he is the necessary existence. When you've said that he exists eternally and is unchanging, right? Everything else depends on him. He doesn't depend on anyone else. He cannot be any other way. He has to exist, right? Then you've already excluded it from the definition of contingent, from the definition of dependent, from any other sort of terminology that you might use. So
Yeah. So this really doesn't address contingency. This is really addressing the composed of parts. And I understand. I tried to cover why they're often sort of conflated or related to one another. Because usually a necessary thing is not composed of parts.
Yeah.
It's taken, not
Okay.
composed of parts.
So this
one
is
other piece of advice I'd give regarding this stuff, though, is, you know, there's plenty of things that are written in the Quran for certain people at certain times. There are people, you know, it says in multiple places in the Quran, this is, you know, for people of knowledge or for people of wisdom, or the Allah's given some wisdom for. And so think of things like ask yourself the question, why do I want to know? And this is a really good Shaitan's whisper detector, right? Why do I want to know? Why am I asking this question? Am I asking this because it in some way helps my worship? Is it, you know, if I think, how is it actually helping my understanding? Because if you're just generically, oh, it's just generic understanding, often that's just an excuse or a cover for inserting fitna and doubts and issues for no real reason, right? When I used to work in threat intelligence in the cyberspace, we had to be very, very careful to go for actionable intel, right? Actionable information, which means you're going out and trying to get some information or get some question resolved for some clear purpose. Because if you don't have a clear purpose, you can go on forever, getting all sorts of bits of information, tying yourself in knots and achieving nothing. And at best, it's a waste. And often it's worse than a waste, and it leads you to make bad decisions or miss the really important stuff that is going on. So if you find yourself asking these questions, or you find these questions are posed to you in your mind or by someone else, really challenge yourself. Why am I putting resources into this? What is the benefit? What am I going to do with this information? What does it, actually help with? How is it actionable? And yeah, do go look up some videos or some other resources on, intel gathering and assessment and actionable intel, because I think it's a really good framework for people to use in their life more generally. And I think it's a good thing to consider when you're questioning something around the deen.
Yeah. One other thing for maker, like you've got something to say to us that kind of makes sense. But what I meant is, even if Allah does not look like anything created, doesn't that make his look contingent on a way? No. So you need to understand what it means to be contingent. Contingent. So actually, Akhi, contingent means that you can exist or cannot exist, right? You can be a certain way or you can be another way, right? Contingent means that. Dependent
Therefore,
means
continue about dependency. Yeah.
Yes, and dependency means that your existence is dependent on something else, right? Or your existence, you being a certain way, is dependent on something else. Correct? Right? Or am I mixing the two up?
I would say it's clearer to say you have whether or not a being is necessary or contingent. Really is this duality, because if something is necessary, it couldn't have been any other way. If something could have been another way, then a consequence of that, which is practically a theorem, is it's then contingent.
Yeah.
Right. And so this is the thing, right? But contingency really means, if it is contingent, then it is not self-sufficient. If it is self-sufficient, then it is not contingent. Now, this is the thing. I remember someone giving an argument that one of the things that Allah answers prayers or something like that. And so someone tried to say that, well, Allah's immutable ability to answer prayers is contingent on the existence of people whose prayers he can answer, who are asking the prayers. Right. And this is a classic kind of tricky thing that you'll come across, and it's very, very much the same kind of lines. I would say it's a much better argument than the ones you've been throwing out so far, but they all have the same problem. And he is fundamentally, if you are ever in a position where it seems to imply that he is contingent, that he is anything other than a samad, right, the independent, self-sufficient one, then you've made a logical error somewhere, because this is the foundation. If you've arrived at some conclusion that's inconsistent with the foundation, you've arrived at straw man territory somewhere. And so the question is really, how did you arrive there? I hope that makes sense or helps.
Yeah. There's another one where a lot of, even some Muslims, they argue that Allah exists in time. Nauzubillah. Like I don't think that is possible. Right?
That one annoys me.
That happens a lot, right? And all fairness to them, they have their reasons, but the way I've understood it is that if an entity is unchanging, it cannot be any other way, right? Then by definition, it is beyond time. Time does not exist for an entity that has no change, because time, the way you would understand time is, it is the measure between two states of existences. The universe existed and now it's expanding. If the universe stops expanding, time wouldn't exist for us, right? Things
I
would
don't know. I have I have several books whose specific and only title is time, and it's specifically a book trying to identify what this concept of time actually is.
Time is, yes.
And then so many more books where the concept of time and what time is and how it's defined and what it means is also a subject of great discussion. There is, well, asr, right? The thing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala swears by. And you have to be very, in one place he swears by it, and also they have to be very careful how it's understood. There's a phrase which is sometimes interpreted as for I am time, which really means he's the master of time or change. And actually understanding the tafsir and the explanations behind that is a really, really good way of unlocking exactly the concepts you're talking about, Faisal, which is that he is the one who's master over changes and the relationship between time and change and temporality. So that there is, in the Islamic philosophical framework, there's actually a very clear, very well laid out concept of time. It's quite complicated. It's a deep, deep thing, and it's beautifully consistent with physics as I understand it. And with the two notions of time as well that are found in physics: the reversible and the irreversible. So yeah, it's a brilliant concept, really worth delving into and learning about. But it's not a trivial concept. It's not a simple concept. We need to be careful not to fall in the trap of just sort of picking up the Western philosophical notions of time, because the simplified versions all have terrible holes in them. They all fall apart when you use them too much. And the deeper versions of them, they still haven't found the bottom. They still haven't come up with a way that works when you try and connect it with physics.
Yeah, it's very difficult to understand really what time is. We all experience it. We all know what time is in a manner of speaking, but at the same time we don't. Subhanallah, it's
this is the thing. If you take the advice that I came up with before, if you take this advice about why am I asking, right? What is the actionable intel question, right? Then you can easily define time well enough for that actionable purpose. You can easily do that. That's not difficult. But when you're trying to say, what is time, in some open-ended question that has some sort of final complete closure, that's when you're in really sticky, difficult territory. But if you think, right, I want to use a concept of time or a notion of time for this kind of purpose, it needs to be defined up to this level of detail, or the way it connects with this or that concept, like causality or sequence of events or changeability or whatever. Get that defined and then go to town with it. Use the newly minted term. Cool. Just don't think of it as the absolute understanding, because that's something that's really only known to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this Allahu Alam really needs to be taken more seriously by a lot of people asking philosophical questions. It's a very, very important backstop. And if you're missing it in your perspective, then you're in really dangerous territory.
Yeah. By the way, we do have Nate in the back. Nate, I'll actually bring you up. You're like the third panelist almost.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
All right. And it will be interesting to get your perspective on some of the discussion that we're listening to. I don't know if you've heard this individual before.
I've been here since the beginning. I watched and I've seen you talking about him a couple of times, but I've never actually been on his channel. So yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's a good sign.
It's a good sign, yes.
Algorithm sends you better people.
So God, if you want to go there, if you want to talk about that, God's not an infinite regress.
Oh, he certainly is.
No, he's not. Why
Absolutely is, because God can't exist without time either.
Why do you think that God can't exist without time?
Because you need time to do things, and God does things. Like God has thoughts, God speaks. All of those things happen in time.
God has thoughts, God speaks.
Yeah.
The only, according to Christian view that we're examining here, the first time that we get God speaking is at the creation of the universe.
He spoke it
So
into
Christians,
existence.
right? So Christians could say, okay, well, yeah, of course you get speaking there, but why think that they're speaking prior to time, like you suggested?
Did he think about creating the universe before he created it?
Great question. God's thoughts, as we're told, are not like our thoughts, but we can, not to be simplistic and patronizing about that, but God's thoughts are immediately accessible to him at all times. And Christians believe in impassibility, that an unchangeability in God.
Well,
that,
let me ask you a better
so
question.
that
You
God
believe
would
in a
not
Trinity?
be affected whatsoever. Yes.
Do you believe that prior to the creation of the universe, that Jesus and Yahweh could have a conversation with each other?
I don't think that they would need to converse
But
with
could
one
they?
another in the way that we are discussing. Yeah, of course.
That implies time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, from this point on, we're really stuck in this in this rabbit hole. And you know, to be fair, he's got him, because the Trinity is,
Yeah.
you know,
So
it does have these problems. And this is it, though. It's interesting that these very same philosophical points regarding, you know, God's speech, you know, does he speak, does he act, and so on. The resolutions eventually adopted by church fathers, a lot of them seem to be nicked from Islamic scholars. And they're very, very hard to find any way to reconcile with the biblical narrative. You know, in the Bible, God very clearly does stuff and says, I'm going to wait and see what you do, and then I'll do something next, and all sorts of other stuff like that. There's this temporality to his decision making, and all sorts of other things like this. So yeah, it does have these problems that Islam doesn't, and Islam's absolutely clear about from the beginning, which is interesting. But I don't think it's worth us you know, going through the rest of his video on that.
Obviously,
we're not here to talk about Christianity.
True, but at the same time, it's important to bring this to our to the attention of our audiences, that this pollution of the concept of God, and this pollution by Christianity of these concepts, is what leads you to sort of mistrust this idea that there can actually be a consistent and a coherent explanation, which does not require you to turn your mental faculties off. You don't need to turn off the switch and basically be in the dark to accept the concept of God. The concept of God, you can be in the light, you can be looking at things, be analyzing the evidence, and can actually conclude that God exists. Because
yeah, I mean, certainly my position. I think
it's an extreme disservice that Christianity has done through history to a lot of people in the West. And there is a mistrust of theism in general in the West because of this sort of taking something which is pure and adding things in there, which when you analyze them through history on the consequences of those, have all been bad. The consequences.
Well, I mean, you know, there is certainly a silver lining to it, right? Because there's been a monumental amount of work for 400 years plus, ripping apart every faulty concept of God and every polytheist concept of God.
Yeah.
They've done a huge amount of work on behalf of the Muslims, you know, and so that's something. And you know, this thing, you know, it said that God has thoughts, God speaks, that implies time. These are great. For Christianity, these are very, very difficult things to deal with, you know, with or without the Bible, but especially with the Bible. But in Islam, it's a great teachable moment, you know, because you get to learn these, you get to study these deeper concepts of time. You know, what is time and temporality, and you know, what is speech or thinking? What does it mean to have something like that but be unlike anything else, you know, and so on and so forth? Like, you know, there's all these sort of deeper concepts to get at, and once you see them, you can see how they work together and are consistent with each other, but they're not immediately apparent to everyone, you know. Well, it's interesting. They're not immediately apparent, especially to a lot of people who have done a lot of study or reading already. Yet there's a bunch of, you know, goat herders that you'll find to whom it is immediately apparent. They don't have any problem with those concepts. I find that fascinating.
All right. Nate,
what did you think?
How are you doing?
Yeah, go on.
I'm doing very good, thanks. Yeah, I actually wasn't going to come on. I say this every time, but then I thought I would, since, I just thought
we say something or we do something that forces me to...
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it was already determined, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a couple of things on the video. I think for me, it's always very important, especially when I first joined your stream in the beginning, to be very clear about what I mean by the universe. If you remember, I was clear always to distinguish what I mean by the observable universe, which is and basically whatever was created at the moment of the Big Bang, t equals 0, that's time equals 0, that's the first moment of time within our, whatever, 13.8 billion years ago. And
technically, you adopt t greater than 0. It'll put you on slightly safer ground.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. T equals 0 plus 1.
No. Well, then you'd have to pick a finite system of units. You could say plus epsilon, but really, trust me, just stick with t greater than 0.
Okay.
And then
t
equals
than
0. Separate topic, which needs to be connected. It's just safer ground to stand.
Yeah. Or the first Planck moment of time. But yeah, anyway, I always try and distinguish.
How heavy do you think a Planck mass is, out of curiosity?
I have no idea.
Okay, so look that one up. It's
interesting. I'm not that deep into physics.
Well, because a lot of people think, Planck stuff, it means teeny tiny scales, right? But yeah, sure, that's right for Planck time, for example. But a Planck mass is something like the weight of a flea.
Jeez. Well, that's actually quite heavy. Right.
Right.
I mean,
right. It's made of billions of molecules.
Yeah. So just for any viewer or anybody, Planck time, a Planck moment, is basically the smallest unit of time that we know of. And Hakim can correct me if I'm wrong, but anyway, that's basically what it is. And I'm always careful to distinguish when I'm talking about this local universe and what I may be talking about that could potentially exist outside of this universe or before the beginning of time in this universe.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, you took the position that the laws of physics were necessary. Was that right? That was the necessary being that you used to terminate the causal chain.
Well, yeah, I don't like the term laws of physics because we make these laws. Laws is like, how we describe reality, or it's a description, our description of reality. But so that's why I don't actually use that type of terminology.
So what is the terminology used for the necessary being or entity?
Reality. Greater reality, or everything including this universe and whatever may exist outside of this universe.
Because I thought in our previous conversations we had to have that careful distinction, because if you just say, well, it's the whole universe and everything, then it's necessarily as it is. It couldn't have been out of the way. There's no other possible worlds. There's no you then have fully deterministic universe, which is something you didn't accept or in another position. I remember.
I am a determinist, but
I thought
I typically say I'm a compatibilist. Okay, which means that our notion of free will is compatible with determinism. We feel like we have free will, but ultimately it's just chemical processes in our brain that we've been dispositioned to.
But that's the thing, right? Why morality then? If everything is determined, if everything is just a series of an unending series of dominoes falling, what's morality supposed to do? Why does morality even matter then?
I mean, there's reality, okay, and then there's what we would like to exist. Like, what do you mean by morality? For me, okay, most
you're a human, right? You've told us that that's important identification for you, that you're a humanist.
Yes. And so I don't believe, unlike most philosophers who believe in an objective morality, I don't personally subscribe to objective morality. I think that there's a spectrum. I mean, even killing, There are times when I think it's justifiable to kill somebody. So I'm a pluralist. I'm called a moral pluralist. Okay, which basically means that there's a gray scale, okay, from black to white. Okay, if somebody is trying to attack you, do you think it's morally justifiable to kill that person in self-defense? Of
But
course.
if the universe wants you dead,
Yeah, well, it's an interesting question because
the universe doesn't have feelings.
Because for me, I would not.
Feelings.
I wouldn't be able to resolve that question fast enough unless I had guidance from the creator, right? And he says, in self-defense, you can kill the guy trying to kill you. Done. All right, I'm happy. Let's go. So I guess this is the thing: is even this very notion of morality itself is in the naturalist worldview, where it's also, if it's naturalism and full determinism, then all this quote unquote morality and considerations of things and so on is just some emergent description of how you feel about stuff or whatever, and really it's all just stuff firing off in your head that you have no control over, and it's going to happen however it's going to happen. And so like what's like there's no real point to discussing morality in a way that's quite unique to the combination of naturalism and determinism, compared to like the axiological framework in pretty much any other position.
Okay, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I live my life. I want to live in a society where other people share the same values and have similar moral core set of moral principles as me. Okay. I believe in, for example, the human rights. So I don't want to harm you. I mean, the golden rule is a basic concept. Okay, even monkeys, chimpanzees and stuff live by golden rules. Okay, and you want to do less harm to as many people as possible. Okay, I don't want to harm other people unless they're harming me or my family.
But all of this, I guess the main thing is that the main reason this comes up, I think, is because obviously these moral positions and things are important to you. You do want to be a good person. You've considered this stuff, and it's important. Yeah. And there is a logical and philosophical loggerheads with that against this position that you find convenient or most that sort of sits with you on the intellectual scale. So almost when you take your heart out of it and you just try and rationalize things, you've ended up with this everything fully determined and everything fully materialistic, no spirit and stuff position. You see what I mean? So it's like there is a logical issue there, and does it not bother you, and do you not worry that you might end up running around in
no, I don't.
So
I've always been a determinist, and I've always been trying to be a morally ethical person. Okay.
Don't you worry that there's a logical discrepancy between the foundation of your reasoning and the foundation of your morality?
No, I think my concept of morality fits perfectly with a deterministic point of view or a deterministic framework.
Can you make sense of it for us?
What do you mean make sense of it? I mean, I might be sitting here and people might think that I have no opinion on this. I do, but it's just, these are very complicated things, and you're asking me very nebulous,
Well, this is a thing that
if you can be more specific, then I can give you more specific details.
I don't think there's much point in digging into any particular moral issue. They're just like case examples to put down. The bottom line.
Yeah, so if you give me some case examples, then I can tell you where my morality stands.
No, but this is the problem. Like we could just do that forever and not make any progress towards the actual issue that we're trying to highlight. It's basically it's a collection of red herrings. They may or may not be useful, for some particular discussion, but because ultimately there's if everything is fully determined and all of this stuff to do with your feelings and my feelings and everything else is already always going to be, and it's all just nothing but matter bouncing about and so on and so forth, and you have no soul and stuff like this, then the very notion of morality and you know the point of considering anything and whether or not it's moral no longer has a rational foundation. That's the thing. It's not about any particular moral position. You see
Look,
what I mean?
if you say the rational starting point, the baseline is to do no harm to another animal, okay, or person, then that is so people who argue for objective morality typically will say, well, we need to create a standard which is objective. This is how you begin an objective morality. Okay, so do less harm. Okay, and that mean so I think T-Jump says something like, don't do anything against my will. Okay. So if you go against what my will is for myself, I'm not talking about my will for doing something to you, because I could be a robber. And so, but even I don't like that position, because you're going to go against the free will or the will of a criminal who doesn't want to be in jail. Okay, so there are situations when you have to override that. That's why I don't believe in. But if you set some kind of objective standard that you can test a moral position or a moral situation against, then you can say it's objectively good or bad against that baseline criteria. Okay, that's how you get objective morality without a.
No, careful. That would still be at best intersubjective, but actually just a subjective morality. With objective,
you have an objective standard by which you are measuring something. How you get to that standard, it doesn't matter. You can say the standard is,
No. This is a really.
Okay,
really important.
Or what,
this is a really important foundational thing. To be objectively true. To be an objectively true morality, it has to mean you could pick up and exchange any and every human being and put them there, and they would agree on the same thing. Like the very notion of objectivity.
You're never going to get that. That's why.
Exactly.
And
this is why I'm carefully distinguishing between that is not objective morality. That is intersubjective morality with an objective measure. So you can objectively measure how closely someone is to some subjective morality, which is that's the norm, and that's what people really have. And I believe it's true that you can only in principle define objective reality if the God exists. Like, I don't think there's any other philosophical position whereby objective reality really holds. Although I'd love to talk to Alex O'Connor on that one more. However,
that's why I say I don't believe in objective morality. I mean, you can think of literally every single thing that you could possibly say is objectively bad. Killing somebody, stealing from somebody, lying. I mean, I could lie to protect a person. I could steal to feed my family.
Oh, of course. But this is the.
Wait, we're actually drifting away from the real question we have and we want to ask you, right? It's not the idea that one standard versus the other standard. It's more the idea that how are you even grounding your morality when you yourself believe that everything is determined? So hence, why is there even supposed to be a consequence of anything happening when everything is determined? Your death is determined. You getting married is determined. Who you're gonna marry with is determined. Your children happening is determined. Everything is determined. Right? It's the equivalent question that you would normally ask us when you come to us and says, God already knows everything, right? And why is it that I have to be held accountable when everything is in the knowledge of God, right? So you ask theists this particular question. We're asking you a similar sort of question. Everything is determined. Why should we be held accountable in your point of view? If somebody goes and punches you in the face You're going on the street, somebody punches you in the face. Why should you hold them accountable at all?
Well, so I want to ask this question slightly differently, because again, what we're going to do is end up going back in circles, because we're not asking for how you lay your foundations for your morality. We're not asking for what is the axiomatic foundation of your reality or what logical system you anything like that. It's about this question of, if everything is fully determined, and nobody has an actual choice, all this kind of stuff, like what is even this notion of morality? Because there is what you've been doing is you come in and say, well, look, I'm going to start here, I'm going to call this moral questions, and I'm going to put my axioms in and say, this is how I found my morality for various good reasons. We're not arguing against any of those reasons, but there is a fundamental logical disconnect that I think you're not recognizing, and it's interesting that it's difficult to explain it, and it's difficult for it to be recognized.
Listen, I understand what you guys are trying to say. The thing that I find really funny is that you are so hell-bent on this like deterministic notion where you have this perception that we're all just robots, and that I think like you guys think that I think or imagine that we're all just meat bags walking around like in some kind of predestined kind of preset motion.
We are.
Like, I'm just basically fulfilling whatever I was pre-programmed to do.
So can this universe be any other way? Can we be any other way then?
No, we can't be any other way than what we are.
Then it's you who are saying that, not us.
Yeah. So yes, because I am a determinist, but you must understand, I don't live my life every single day waking up in the morning thinking, well, I'm just going to fulfill whatever deterministic thing was pre-planned for me at the dawn of time, and I'm gonna just
of course you wouldn't, but that wouldn't make any sense.
Basically.
No, but of course that wouldn't make any sense, and that's obviously not what we're implying either.
So in my mind, okay, so this is important.
Here's the thing, Nate. When you put yourself in the first hat, naturalistic, everything is determined, right? And then in the second one, you're saying there is some form of morality, whether it's subjective, whatever the case may be, right? There are some arbitrary rules that you've come up with that this is how things should be, right? And they are arbitrary. You would agree with me that
there's arbitrary. Some of them.
No,
I don't mind. I don't mind the terminology of arbitrary. Yes.
Right. Okay. So in this particular case, you're actually being sorry to use the word, but you're being delusional when you're saying that, yes, these rules matter, but at the same time, everything is determined. Then in a deterministic world, it doesn't matter, or do they matter? So that is where the delusion is for me.
If you put it down to fundamentals, then if things couldn't be any other way, then this very notion of should do this, shouldn't do this, doesn't have any rational connection with that other. It's almost like there's two different worlds mentally. One is this one that you bring up when you're considering God and the existence of the universe, and then put it away when you actually go about living your life and make moral decisions on how to act.
Okay, so let's start with basic human needs. Basically, if you don't have the need to get up, or the want to get up, or the will or energy to get up in the morning, to go and brush your teeth, to shower, to eat your food, to live your life, then you might as well just be dead and I wouldn't be here. So each one of us that is a survivor and hasn't offed themselves at this point, okay, has some kind of need to survive. Okay, need for company, need for human interaction. Okay, me with you guys, and me being with my family, I have some needs that I want. Okay, so that's the first thing. Second of all, even though I'm a determinist, I'm also a compatibilist. I live my life as if I have free will. I still believe it's an illusion of free will. Okay,
That's a point.
because
Yeah.
it's based on fundamentally being deterministic. So every decision that I make is in my mind. Okay, my mind determines my entire reality. Okay, every decision that I make is based on some prior event, either environmental or genetic. Okay, so we are influenced mainly by our genetics and our environment, family, friends, how we grew up, what schools we went to. I mean, the people that we associated with at school have a huge influence on who we become. Our friends influence us, you know, either taking drugs, becoming alcoholic, or for me, playing computer games, getting into programming, you know, being the nerds at school. Like I was. I don't
You need
mind
better
doing.
friends.
So no, I love my friends, you know.
Yeah, sure.
So
Are we your
so
friends?
these are our basic needs. So sorry.
Are we your friends?
Yeah, sure.
Well, so
My online friends.
this is the thing. This is fascinating, right? Because and we have got to the nub of it, right? Except you're explaining it a different way, because you're saying you're compatibilist living according to a convenient or useful illusion, right?
Yes.
That's now. This is the thing, like.
So I can
you
separate
see-
the reality of the reality. Okay. The reality is, I believe that everything is determined. Okay. Every decision that you're making is based on some contingent thing from your past.
Hang on.
All right.
Let me make my point, because I guarantee
yeah,
you're
go
not
for it.
answering what the point was. I guarantee,
Okay.
and I understand the position very well. So the thing is, right, that we're claiming that we live according to what we believe to be true about reality, and that was very important to us. And you're living according to what you believe to be false about reality. But it was important to you before that your beliefs are based on the truth, that you're acting according to what is true. This is the thing, is I
We
believe
do
you are.
this. We do this unconsciously all the time. When you look at something red, okay, are you seeing the red color? You're imagining you're seeing the red color, but you're seeing some kind of wavelength of light. Okay, when you look into water and you see something translucent, you're not seeing through. I mean, you're kind of seeing through something, but it's an illusion. Okay, looking into a mirror is an illusion of light. Okay, we live our lives all the time based on illusions.
No,
I mean, we can't see atoms. Do you believe atoms exist? Do we live our lives you know, thinking, oh, there's atoms everywhere and I need to like, no, there's many things in life that we ignore for the sake of convenience.
Well, no, so this is the thing. Now be very, very careful with the language. Okay, a working model is not the same thing as an illusion, right? The language is really important. A working model that still comports to reality is very different, even if it's not a complete representation of reality. A working model at the right abstraction layer is very different from an illusion. An illusion is something that is not true, whereas a working model is true up to some degree. And this is what I'm really important difference.
But we still have illusions. The illusion of a mirror, that there is something. Like if you look into a mirror, you're looking at a wall, you're looking at something fixed, but it looks like there is space behind that mirror. That's an illusion.
The mirror is actually real. If I had a mirror,
yes, the mirror is real.
So it's not an illusion.
Yeah, I'm saying that what you're looking at is an illusion. But you're looking at what the mirror is representing to you. And that the light coming off that mirror is an illusion for you. It looks like there is a room or a space in the wall. That's the illusion.
How do you distinguish illusion from reality?
I don't know, man. Hit the mirror.
So, Nate, because the way you're defining it, everything is an illusion then, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we still live our lives even though there are illusions, but we ignore them. I mean, there's quantum fields all around us. Do we live our lives like, imagining that we're wandering around in a quantum
the
field?
question is,
This is you're missing the really important thing here, right?
yeah.
Because the point of the rational introspection and so on is to try and detect, are we fooling ourselves somewhere, or is to do this introspection and try and glue everything together so it's all as consistent as possible. So if you then accept something and say, well, I don't believe this is true, but I'm going to act according to it anyway, that's very, very different from, according to my system of mental models, I believe this is true, right?
Here's the wicked thing right now. I think that I'm actually being more honest about reality than you guys are, okay?
No, so
I believe that
that
reality is deterministic, okay, and it's not something that I can avoid, okay. So based on my reality, that everything is predetermined, that you guys are predetermined to think and act in a specific way based on your past, based on the families, the interactions
We
you've
believe
had,
in determinism
every
as well.
single moment that has led up to this very moment. Even though I believe that, I still live my life as if, we have free will.
As if that weren't true. Exactly. So you have a foundation and then you live your life according to whether that foundation not actually being true. We have a foundation and we live our lives according to that foundation being true. That is a substantive difference. I'm well aware of the neurons in the brain of it being, remember I gave the analogy of it as a supercomputer, the way the neurons compute. I'm very, very aware of this stuff. I've gone very deep in the study of this stuff. I'm aware of mental models, different models.
So you're not a determinist?
No, but I am a determinist because Allah knows. Allah is in control of everything.
You guys are determinists as well.
Yes, I know. This is why I'm saying this whole time when you're talking this argument, I'm saying we're determinists as well. The difference is we believe we have a soul and we believe we're judged on our intentions. And this is where the morality element comes in. Like we have a consistent ecosystem. This is the thing. So this is why I think we've been, there's something been missing in the almost like firing shots across opposite different tennis courts for a lot of this. It's because this is the thing. Like I'm well aware that, for example, my eyes only have two tiny little pupils in it, and there's just light going to those holes, right? Yep. And my brain is restructuring and creating this view of visual reality through there. And I know all the various illusions that can be done to trick it. I know the various kind of a bunch of stuff about where you can have a lesion that can mess up that system and all that kind of stuff. But there's a difference between that being
a lobotomy,
an illusion in the sense of being untrue versus having my mental model being cohesive, interlocking in a rational sense. So if I have my model of reality is consistent with my rational foundations, then I can consistently apply my rationality without there being these artificial barriers and breaks. But if I have a model of reality that says, you know what, in some circumstances of thinking, I'm going to think this way, and I think it's untrue, but it's useful, so I'm going to do it anyway. And then in other things, I'm going to, but when I'm questioning about what's really true, I'm going to pick another mode. I think it's hidden a lot of inconsistencies that you don't really like. I don't know how it resolves. But it's very interesting because certainly at the beginning of our conversations, you were thinking or saying that your position comports to reality better. That was important to you. But now the way you actually live is exact opposite.
That's your confession that you believe in determinism.
Because you live your life on a day-to-day basis according to what you think is untrue.
Yes, there's a lot more stuff that goes into life. Like what I tried to explain, we have needs, basic needs. Okay, so even though I am a determinist, I understand what you're trying to say. But what do you expect a determinist to? If I were living as a determinist, what do you think I would be doing?
Well, hang on. So let's separate out. Because remember, we all believe in determinism here. So that's not the issue. It's whether or not you have a soul, whether or not you have something immaterial. This is this is the crucial thing. If you're a naturalist determinist, that's where the trouble lies. It's not about determinism. It's about the combination of naturalism and determinism. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Or do you want me to explain more why?
Yeah, you can elaborate on what you mean by that.
Yeah, because we all believe in determinism, right? We all
You know
believe
what? Just clarify that for people, anybody watching this stream. What do you mean by determinism? And are you sure that? And Faisal, do you agree with that?
So
right.
I would actually say that I'm more of a compatibilist than a determinist, right? I would that's how I understand things.
So I'm also a compatibilist.
I actually believe that there are certain things which are set in stone, right? And there's nothing that we can do about it. Okay, a lot of what our choices are, right, and what they end up doing is it helps with it sort of. We're not determining the flow, but as long as what we want to do or what we intend to do is what Allah wills, that's what's going to happen.
Right, but here's a crucial clarification, Faisal, because I think you've said something that you might not have meant to have said. So, does Allah and has Allah always known exactly what you're going to do, what you're going to choose, all of the choices, all of the resources you're going to get, and all the consequences of it?
Yes, right. Exactly.
That's determinism.
So you couldn't do any. Yes, it couldn't be any other way.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's funny. So in the landscape of philosophical determinism,
the thing is, on Discord, not every Muslim has the same concepts as you guys.
The thing is, actually, I think you'll find the major problem is people not understanding the language and the concept. Look how Faisal just now, for example, said, actually, I think I'm more of a compatibilist because, the way he was thinking, like, well, because it's, Allah has given him some freedom of intentions, and he has been permitted to use that freedom, which is part of the definition of self, right? And then he exerts those intentions. Allah grants him capacity to act, and then that action comes into effect. So it's a framing issue, but it's no difference in terms of the actual underlying reality of what's happened. It's more of a framing and perspective on it. But still, ultimately, you would be very much outside of the folds of Islam if you believed that Allah doesn't know what's going to happen, and therefore, in a sense of determinism, which we've been speaking about, everything is fully determined by the fact that He always knew what it would be.
So what's interesting is I've realized that there is a huge difference when you say compatibilism. When I say compatibilism, when I'm talking about compatibilism, I'm talking about Daniel Dennett's form of compatibilism. And when a Christian, what's that? Those guys that believe in predestination, Calvinist, Calvinist is speaking about compatibilism. There's actually 3 different types, and you kind of need to. I mean, I suppose you can just say, "Well, I'm just a compatibilist," but they have their own distinctions or slight differences. So
they do, but I guess to go back to the thing for me. So, in the sense in which we've been using determinism, everything was already known from the beginning. So, whether you count your choices or not, as being yours or God's choice, right? That's kind of thing issue. But everything's already determined in the sense in which we're talking about. So on that front, we don't have the issue. Where we differ really is that we believe we have a soul, and this soul is this immaterial thing, right? That was created. It's created by Allah. And intersects with the body, and that's sort of life. And then when it separates from the body, that's death, right? And so this soul thing,
I'm not a dualist,
right? Well, this isn't dualism either, really.
But it is.
No,
you have something immaterial that's interfacing with a human avatar, okay, and that soul is asking Allah to do something on your behalf or whatever, and then that action becomes whatever action you're taking in your avatar. So basically, you guys are like just avatars.
Why do you think it's dualism?
It is dualism. I mean, so dualism is part of body mind issue, not issue, but the subject of body mind.
No, I think that the thing comes down to what do I define as being me, and this is important. And I don't think everyone gets this right necessarily Islamically, but what I believe to be the proper position, and certainly what I work according to, is the I, the me, is the soul, and the body is, when I say my body, it's something that I'm given to. It's distinguished from me myself, right? It's
your avatar.
It's a gift I'm given. You can, you think of it as an avatar. You can think of it as a machine or implementation, or whatever. But it's crucial is if I defined my body as being I, right, being part of this self, that would be dualism. You have to say the body is part of me, not that this is this hand. It's a hand that's been lent to me by God. It's not part of me as myself. This is my body is not myself. So if you have to get
then it's dualist. You basically have to be a dualist. I mean,
to be dualist,
you guys cannot be any other way except a dualist.
No,
I mean,
it's simply not true. Because
I
to be a dualist, I would have to say that this face, this hand, these bodies, right, is I. When I say I, it's the body is included in I. If I was doing that, I would be dualist. But I am not doing that, and it's important to distinguish the two.
No. That's not what a dualist will say. A dualist will say, "I have your free will is basically your soul, okay, and your soul is interacting with this body, okay, through some whatever mechanism, okay, some kind of supernatural mechanism. Basically, every believer who believes in a soul." And which is basically all the Abrahamic faiths have to be dualists. You can't be a non-dualist or a monist or whatever, because you believe in a supernatural soul, okay, which is interfacing with this body. It's not a dualist is not saying this is my body, this is me. The dualist is actually saying I am the soul that's interfacing with this body.
Okay, so under that understanding of dualism, that is different from my understanding of dualism. Under that understanding, then yes, I'd be dualist. Yeah. So the body is this vehicle avatar thing that will be turned to dust, and it's not actually I. It's not actually me.
You are your soul. You are actually your soul or your spirit, and you're going to, theoretically still exist, life after death, go to heaven or hell.
Yes,
or
it is.
Yeah. So I do want to point out that there's a lot of debate even among Muslim scholars and throughout history actually on this particular matter. Right, I'm not gonna say that in any way, shape, or form that this is something which is conclusive. There is some level of disagreement allowed as far as these matters are concerned. It's not clearly defined that you are the soul and the body. That is according to the Quran that you're all of that, or it's not being clearly defined. So this is not coming from the Quran and Sunnah. There's this sort of flexibility when it comes to it, and you would find within Islamic thoughts and Islamic philosophy all different views that people have, that you're the soul, you're the body and the soul.
The thing is, we ended up getting a messy territory, but up to the amount that we actually needed for the conversation. So your soul is a thing that's judged. Your body's not going to be judged, right? Your body's going to testify against you. There's no disagreement anywhere with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. So the important element that we need from this is exactly that. The thing that is being tested, judged, that has the intention, this sort of stuff. But that thing of where you remember freedom of intention versus free will, because the capacity to act part, that's where without the body you have no capacity to act, right? You have just the intention. So it comes with describing
your intention comes from your soul. Okay, the intention of of the choices that you make comes from your soul.
Exactly. So all of this, so now that's all clarified, all of this is to say that with determinism, as we described, Allah knows everything that's going to happen. So both believe in determinism, both believe highly intricate meat sack, right? That is fully determined, right? But the, as you say, dualist, or the soul being this thing that's judged, that has the intentions, is what allows for me there to be a logical, rational connection between that determinism and morality, and the the very notions, the very founding notions of what morality even is and what it means to choose to do the right thing, or for this thing that for you the resolution is to pick a useful fiction, to live the majority of your life according to something that you believe is not true consciously. And that's the discrepancy. That's where I get to. So we don't have that, because we believe that the soul is real, and so we're not living according to a fiction. If I believed the soul was a useful fiction, we'd be in the same boat.
Mm-hmm. And do you want to say anything to your new guest or creature?
We spoke before. I remember this guy. He was quite nice.
Free naturalist. Yeah, I've got your message, free naturalist. I'll do that, but at the same time, where is due diligence? We've got someone else as well. Let's see. Free naturalist, do you have a question for us as well, or is it just that matter that you wrote in the
I kind of just hopped in the backstage just for that. But if you have any questions for me, I mean, I can try my best to answer it.
Okay, so let's actually pose that question actually to both Nate and free naturalist. How do you explain infinite regress? Right, especially when we're talking about the, so we can understand that infinities exist in mathematically, but in reality, can you explain how infinities can exist?
Well,
And I'm
hang
not
on a
talking
minute.
about this
That's a bit of a loaded presupposing question, because we don't know if he believes in a necessary being or an infinite regress of contingencies.
I don't
free
believe
natural
in infinitely regressive contingency. No.
Yeah, we know you. We've discussed it. But
free naturally, I think that's because we were actually in the when we were looking at it, right? Is there any situation where you can accept infinite regress at all?
I guess it depends. You know, from my perspective, it seems like when it comes down to infinite regress, it sounds like what it sounds like is like it seems like we wouldn't be able to get to now if we go infinitely back into the past, and so in some sense it doesn't, it doesn't align with reality if we go infinitely back to the past. So I think that's kind of my perspective for now. But I mean, if there was a reality where an infinite regress is something that is actual, then it would be something that we can't understand fully.
I think I mean I agree with you basically, except that technically there are ways to deal with an infinite regress. However, there's no way to deal with it without also ending up with another necessary entity of some sort. So the infinite regress of things itself ends up becoming necessary, or something along those lines, usually. So in that case, then what do you take as being the necessary grounding?
Oh, that's an amazing question. So, I guess from me as a naturalist, you know, I believe in dimensions, and so when I take a look at the fourth dimension, which is time, I kind of observe that as a necessity that grounds the reality of all things in existence and space. And so, from my perspective, the necessary being it would be the fourth dimension.
Well, hang on a minute. So, where is your concept of a necessary being something that is immutable, that is unchanging, or is it changeable in its essence or form or characteristics?
So when I think about time as a dimension, right, I don't think of it as a concept. And so when I think about the fourth dimension, I think about, I don't know if you ever heard of the B theory of time. Where,
The which theory?
The B theory of time.
B theory. You have an A theory and you have a B theory of time. I also believe in a B theory of time.
Right,
Okay.
right. And when I think about the B theory of time, I think about a reality where time upholds the past, present, and future simultaneously. And so when I think about it that way, I think about a dimension that is always there and pushes forth the beginning of all things. So if the Big Bang happened, it was fitting that criteria of being a contingent things. And when we think about a necessary source, it would the time, the fourth dimension, would be that necessity that grounds the Big Bang. That's my
How do you
perspective.
reconcile? So when you say time is a fourth dimension, are you using the concept of time in general relativity, or using a different concept of time?
Well, relativity. I think that when we're using, because in my perspective, we're traveling through a dimension, and depending on how fast we're moving through this dimension, it affects how fast we move through this dimension. And so, let's say I'm moving at the speed of light.
So are you familiar with the difference between relativistic time and proper time?
Sort of. I mean, I think when I think about relativity, I think about.
So this is why I'm asking this. I think you've got a bit of reading up to do that you'll find very interesting. So time as the fourth dimension really refers to relativistic time. That's the one on your coordinate axis, right? So you've got your x, y, z, and then you add a t, and then you can establish what's called invariant lines between two events, and that's called your world line, and that has a proper time length. So that's the only thing that can actually be real, and it's a one-dimensional object. So it's not. But this notion of the fourth dimension being the grounding, I can't understand how that's compatible with relativity. I mean, even in special relativity, the fourth dimension, the time dimension, and the other three dimensions are co-created in a sense by measuring between events in what's called a Lorentz, it's Minkowski space-time, which is invariant under Lorentz transformations. So there's no sense in which you can possibly imagine the fourth dimension of time there as being a grounding for the other three of space. If anything, it would be the other way around, but that doesn't really work. You have all four together. But when you move to general relativity, you say, oh, hang on a minute, how are we going to talk about reality when we're, and in fact, the way this B theory of time works, right? If you imagine you have this whole space-time manifold, like a high-dimensional balloon, right? Then the way I see it was, God would be outside of all this, able to see the whole balloon all at once. No issue there. I think the B theory perspective makes slightly more sense, but only slightly. I think either of them work well enough for me. I'm still an open question between that, but both of them work very well with God. But the thing is, this notion of time as a fourth dimension, well, time is really the path that things are in terms of on the actual manifold, and this. So the only thing that's actually real in general relativity, if you like, is this proper time, not the fourth coordinate time, because that just depends on where you're looking from. You can't have B theory at the same time as time being your fourth local coordinate. They're mutually exclusive possibilities because they just depend on where you are, on where you're looking from. So the only thing that actually is independent of where you are is this proper time. But then you have the issue of, well, hang on a minute, how long is the line, the proper time for a light ray? Well, it's 0 length. And then you got to think, okay, what does it mean for light to travel in my notion of time as the indexer of change and so on? So
I'm just going to read something quickly to you, Hakim, in relation to relativity. The B theory aligns with the physics of special relativity, which treats time as a dimension of space-time and does not assign a special status to the present. Simplicity. Some argue that it provides...
Careful, I think this sounds like a GPT read-off. Is this GPT?
Well, no, it's Google.
Google read-off. Okay, well, yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Because it would be better if you use something like GPT or Perplexity or Gemini, whatever, because then I can ask clarifying questions. And
yeah, I just wanted to...
But this is the thing, it's completely misleading at so many levels. I don't know what question you put in, but special relativity for the first part, remember I said general relativity. General relativity is where you have this notion of the proper, okay, you have proper time in both, but this thing about general covariance is applies to relativity, and that's where you have this real notion of something that is actually real and not just dependent on the measurements. This B theory of time, everything being still always existing, it's completely pointless to even think about it in terms of special relativity, because you can only think about this stuff in terms of general relativity. General relativity is where you have this actual extant space-time manifold that we believe, or that anyone believes actually exists, and that can have a that can have a system of laws that's what's called generally covariant. I'm trying to think of a good analogy, but I only know the technical term for this one. But basically, generally covariant means that you can have a consistent system of laws of physics that doesn't depend on how you decided to put together coordinate systems.
Yeah, but that doesn't contradict the B theory of time at all. Basically, the B theory is that all events, so it's block time, all events, past, present, and future exist.
Hang on.
Time is just in relation to other things. Yeah.
Careful, because remember, he was using time as being this necessary foundation. That's where I was saying the problem came in.
Okay.
Because
I'm gonna defer to him because I don't actually fully agree with that. So I'll let him.
Well, I appreciate that, but it's good that you pointed this out, because maybe there's a subtlety that I didn't clarify. I thought I clarified, but I didn't. Because I'm not saying that there's no way that B theory is incompatible with relativity. I'm saying that B theory is incompatible with the idea that fourth dimension of time is your necessary grounding.
Okay, so I'll just say for me,
because I was saying the only thing you can take as your necessary grounding is what's called proper time, which is the world line, not the fourth dimension. There's a really important difference between coordinate time and proper time. Okay,
well, I'll let him answer this, but or expand on his idea. For me, because I believe that this universe started at t is greater than 0. I personally can't ground my reality in an eternal time, because if time is dependent on 3 or 4 dimensions in this space-time that we have locally in this local universe, then its entire existence is dependent on what? Like it could be the quantum field. So where arrow of time, every moment of time is a collapse of quantum field, or something like that. But for me, it's not.
This is a great point you bring up, actually, and that's something else I hadn't got to yet. Is this arrow of time? I'd love to hear what you think about this, free naturalist, because the time as a fourth dimension is symmetric, so it's time reversible. So the laws of physics run forward and backwards, but as Nate raised, the irreversible time, the time related to entropy, the time of thermodynamics and of our macro scale and so on, this is not reversible. This marches in one direction, and it cannot possibly be the fourth dimension of relativity. Whatever it is, we still haven't found a consistent model between the two. the nearest thing you can line it up with is the proper time, but it certainly can't be the coordinate time.
Right, right. And I think my perspective is a little bit simple. I think that when I think about time, I think about it as a real dimension. And so when I think about time, I think about it as something that is upholding all sequence of events simultaneously. And so let's say we were to look from the perspective of time, time would already uphold what's going to happen in the future. And so everything is happening simultaneously from time's perspective, from the dimension of time. And so everything is already set. And because we're limited beings and we're in 3D space, of course we're going to be traveling in the forward direction. But I mean, it's only because we're limited beings and we're 3D objects and we depend on the fourth dimension. And if the fourth dimension didn't exist, then there would be nothing.
Are you familiar with Einstein's original creation of this this theory being that the notions of time and space arise from us measuring relationships between events? So that events were the things that were real, and space and time are very much contingent on the events. That was the founding view.
Yeah. So I mean, I understand Einstein's view.
Just checking. So if you understand it and you differ from him, or
well, I think that I agree with most of what Einstein says. I mean, when it comes to relativity, it still fits in the view of B theory of time because, like I said, depending on how fast you move through space, it was had an impact on how fast you're moving through space. I mean,
that's only for coordinates.
I want to bring something else interesting up, Islam, and another idea or another angle to this. If God knows, oh, what the hell?
I guess it's the contrast of free naturalist. I don't know.
We were getting confused.
Faisal's playing with my name. So what's interesting is B theory actually aligns more closely with the concept that Allah knows everything that's going to happen than what A theory does. Because in B theory, everything has already been laid out. We're just going through the motions, essentially, right?
Well, so remember,
with B theory, he would know what the end result is.
Well, he would know in either case. Remember, I said I give B theory the edge, but both work because remember I said for me it's conceptually much simpler to think of the whole space-time manifold, from initial natural creation, the whole thing as being one giant multi-dimensional balloon. I think in multiple dimensions. I'm geeky like this, and so for me it just makes more sense. And from that perspective, or from being an external being, you could actually pinch or poke any.
Is it me or is Brother Islam?
Oh, I'm back again. Sorry. So I think I'm too many motions killing the server. So basically, in the B theory perspective, it would conceptually much easier for Allah to poke or prod or change any part of the overall space-time manifold, and it update the whole past, present, and future to be consistent. So this is one of the reasons I sort of gave it the edge. But in the A theory, you can still very much have Allah know the way things will evolve moment to moment, provided that the laws we have are approximate. It's an important caveat because of chaos theory.
Okay, so do you want to should we progress from this and stop talking about this because it might be too much for, and it's also
maybe I think it was more.
What did you want to get at?
So a couple of things. I do have due diligence in the back chat. He's never come on, right?
Okay.
Free naturalists We're not streaming next week, but the week after that, I would love to have you back on because there's a lot of discussions
Okay.
that you and I have had, and it will be interesting for you to have that conversation with Brother Islam.
Yeah, a
Okay.
bit of a long one. Just briefly, what's your mathematical background like? Do you know matrices and linear algebra?
Are you talking about
Um,
or imprisoned?
A free naturalist.
no, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. I would really encourage you, if you can, in the next couple of weeks,
Mhm.
if you get the time, just have a little look at the basics of linear algebra. And when I mentioned those things, a Lorentz transformation, see what that
Okay.
means. Because I think it'll really help to clarify these ideas of, time as considered in physics, particularly special and general relativity. And because then I think a lot of what I said, might not be as clear as I hoped it was. And at some point, I think we need more precise access to different concepts, like coordinate time versus proper time is really important
Okay.
when we're talking about sort of physical grounding and events, and also reversible versus irreversible time. So have a little look at that stuff. I think you'll find it really interesting to dig into. If you're more of a book person, I can certainly recommend some books. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. But thanks for guys for having me on, and I'm sorry. I do apologize if I didn't understand what you guys was talking about, but I do try my best to emphasize what I do believe. But most of all,
No, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. I think we just if you do get more clarity on those concepts I was asking about, or have a look over again at this sort of section of the stream, then I think next conversation we can get to a better level of understanding on this stuff. But you've got nothing to apologize for at all.
And,
Yeah, I think it's been clear and pleasant
your
conversation.
joining us has allowed us to have a bit more clarity on the status of our friend Nate. He's unlike you.
I'm the
Not
imprisoned one.
So, but yes, do jump on. In a couple of weeks, we'll be back. We would love to have this conversation with you because you and I've had a lot of discussions on this matter. It will be great that you hear it from another brother, and then inshallah, we'll.
absolutely. All right, guys.
All right, take care, free natures.
See ya.
Okay.
Now we have our panelist Nate staying on.
Yeah, so he can now go back to being.
Well, I thought
Nate.
we had this other chap that was coming in.
Yeah, he is. He's just joining from his computer.
All right,
And,
cool. If we've got a few
here,
seconds, then let me go and let me
Yeah.
go and get my water topped up. Actually, just before I go, so this stuff that we ended up talking about time and causality and so on, was actually where I wanted to go before we ended up going down the morality route. So I wanted to better understand your notion and understanding of determinism. But anyway, there we go. All right, back in a bit.
Okay. Yeah. So Faisal, I don't know if you can make something more clear, or ask me a more clear question in terms of morality, what you were trying to. I don't know. Maybe I'm not making myself clear, or you. I don't know if you're not understanding, or if I'm not understanding what you're trying to say.
I understand what you're trying to say. It's just that, your answer that you see this as an illusion, that sort of is what I feel. So you're being honest when it comes to that particular matter. But what we're trying to
do, but I don't walk around every day thinking that it's an illusion. You know, the only times I ever consider this is when I'm deep in thought with you guys.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And Nate, this is what we're trying to point out, that in our paradigm, right? Our paradigm, all of this is consistent within our paradigm, right? This is why we were talking about this, right? It's not to say that you are delusional per se, but the position of holding that everything is determined, yet you accept that your choices matter, right? And you live your life as if your choices matter, right? That position is delusional, right? We're not saying you per se are being like that, and you've accepted that this is inconsistent in how
I'll
you.
accept that from a certain perspective, from a certain point of view, it appears to be delusional because you appear to be living your life in a way that's inconsistent with your kind of core understanding of, let's say, reality. And from that perspective, I can agree with you that it seems inconsistent that you're living your life like this, but you still believe that everything is determined. What I was trying to ask you was, do you think that I could live my life any other way? Because basically you can't. If you're going to wake up in the morning and live your life to the full potential that day brings you, you're going to live your life. Anyway, I'll sit back.
So just to respond to that very quickly, there are actually two ways in which you can live your life, right? Either you subject yourself to moral rules and principles, right? And then you hold yourself accountable to those moral rules and principles, which may actually go against you, all right? Or you can adopt the approach of the law of the jungle, that whoever has the bigger might gets the say. And this is really what we see, especially in today's day and age. We've seen human rights and all of these charters and whatever else you want to write down went away when Guantanamo Bay was opened up, or when it came to Gaza, or it came to the Uyghur, or anything like that. Big statements that, oh, we're secular, we're advanced, we're Western, we're this and that. But when it comes to convenience and these type of situations, thrown out the window. Doesn't matter, right? So how do you? What is it that is really holding these things accountable? Because it appears that it doesn't really matter when it comes down to it. It doesn't really matter, and this is just an illusion to sort of the how, just to, what do you call it, just to calm the sheep, right? So that people can continue playing to the tune of those who are playing the flute. Right?
Unfortunately, this has happened in the past, and I don't know when it's going to end. I agree with you that I don't think what happened in Gaza is morally ethical. Two wrongs don't make a right. And I'm not saying that the people of Gaza did something wrong themselves. I think that there are tons of innocent people, women, children. I personally am appalled. I do not, and I wish that the people, a certain person, would be held accountable. But
they will. There is a day of judgment.
Yeah. Without going into details of it, the point that the reason why I was raising it is because the idea that morality matters, actually, this just gets suspended when it's convenient in modern day and age. This is what we've seen. So we don't have a better moral standard, sort of speaking. We can say that this may be a better moral standard, or as human beings we've evolved to have a better moral standard, or whatever else. But in actuality, that is not the case, right? And this is where I feel that it's important for us to understand that before we actually position ourselves as saying, oh, we've evolved as human beings, and that's why we're better, right? It's only sort of to placate the masses, as you say, to just
we potentially evolved as well.
The thing is, Israel has signed the Geneva Convention and the United Nations Human Rights Charter, and they're going against everything in those charters. So I don't know who or what could, and I understand that you guys are going to say, that he will be held accountable at the Day of Judgment. From my perspective, unfortunately, I don't think that he will be. Neither was Hitler. But there's nothing that I could do except, say that that's not a principle. I do not support that type of behavior. From my moral perspective,
we know you don't.
It's immoral.
Yeah, we know you don't, right? But when, as one person, right, morality is only relevant if the number of people accept it, and there's a way of enforcing it. Otherwise, it's
No, hang on. You got to be really
it's a-
careful here. There's morality and law, and they should never be conflated.
true. That is true.
The purpose of law is supposed to be to give some kind of basis or upholding to morality, but they really shouldn't be confused, because
Yeah.
law is much more about stability and order and reproducibility or predictability of what the rules are supposed to be.
But
Yeah,
in practice, they're effectively the same.
Yeah, and by the way, welcome on to the stage, due diligence, and we're just wrapping up with Nate. So Nate, we'll carry on this conversation. Right.
Just before Nate disappears, I really wanted to say what happened when I just went to get some water. I literally went out my door of this room, which is on the second floor, up above the stairs, and there was a wild fox, just looking at me, standing at the top of the stairs, being like, "Where are you? You haven't come out and fed us all day." These guys are getting so seriously. Like, you have to go all the way through my kitchen, through the living room, to the stairs, and then all the way up the stairs. I was just so shocked. Yeah, it's really, really getting domesticated. So anyway, thought I'd share that with you.
Thanks for coming on, Nate, and hopefully
today's always a pleasure.
Has been useful for you as well.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers.
All right.
Bye.
Due diligence, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good, thank you. Good.
Doing great.
Well,
I appreciate you
alhamdulillah.
guys
So
for letting
can
me
you?
come up.
Sorry.
I said I appreciate you guys for letting me come up. Is my mic okay?
Sure.
Yeah, your mic's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, we just have a bit of delay, I think. So
Okay.
might hop over each other.
I don't know.
So just so we can actually understand each other, like, can you tell us a bit about yourself, where you stand, what do you believe in, and just to give us a background for yourself so that we know who we're having the conversation with.
If I had to peg myself as anything, then I would say I am a bit of an agnostic. I really just came up just to explore some ideas with you guys. I have my own ideas about time. I have my own ideas about morality. I wanted to touch on the topic of when you guys were talking about, it seemed like Islam or Hakeem. Is it okay if I call you Hakeem?
Yeah. Islam or Islam Hakim is fine.
Okay. Whenever it seemed like you were coming from some type of high position, because he said he may believe in something that's not true. And then you're like, okay, well, that's the difference. The things that we believe in are true, but in practice, I want to know what difference does that make? Like, you may believe that, but so what?
Okay. So this was the crucial distinction here, was because what I was saying was, so I believe that the foundations, the things I believe in about morality and its relation to my soul and being judged and there being an objective reality set by God, all of these things I believe to be true. And so I'm using my rationality and making my decisions according to a model that I believe to be true. Whereas Nate is consciously making his decisions and all that sort of same stuff according to a model that he believes to be false. That was the distinction.
Yeah, but my question is, what difference does it make in reality ultimately?
Okay, so the difference is, and I think Nate and I both agree on this, comes down to the application of logic. Although I have to ask Nate about this, because have you heard of ex falso quod libet sequitur before, or the principle of explosion?
I don't think so, but I'll take Nate's position just for fun, because I'm agnostic and I don't necessarily believe that everything that I believe is objectively true.
Okay, it doesn't matter about objectively true at the moment. That's you don't need to take Nate's position. We'll talk about your own position. So the principal explosion, or the thing is, with classical logic, normal logic, you know, your ands and ors and so on, if you have a contradiction or a falsehood, then anything else follows. It's the principal explosion. And this is why inconsistencies are bad. And this is why when you're talking about truth, truth and consistency go together. You need to at least have consistency. If you don't have consistency, you can't have truth. This is the basic premise of it. So this is why I have the problem with acting or trying to figure out what to do with your reason according to a worldview or a model that you believe to be not true. Is you're then using logic, which is vulnerable to this principle of explosion, to this from falsehood anything follows. In other words, you're using logic in a realm where logic falls apart because you're using it somewhere where you believe it's not true, but you're using it anyway. So
Yeah.
Do you understand the issue there?
I don't see it. I don't see it as an issue. I believe the way that you're framing it, it becomes an issue because you can believe something to be untrue and still get along in life just fine. So take, for examples, like social norms. You know, there's some social norms that exist that you don't quite believe or follow, but other people do, and they get along just fine. So that was my question to you. Like, what does it mean objectively in reality, ultimately?
Okay.
Because one second, because your position is that things fall apart and it's inconsistent, but to believe a falsehood and it still have bearing on your life, right? To say that, okay, these things are potentially wrong, but they can still affect me objectively in reality. So it's still a reality, even though it may be a falsehood, and it still has potential to, you know, affect me. So to me, it's just because it's a falsity doesn't mean that it's inconsistent, and doesn't mean that you can't live your life by it and still get by.
Right. Okay. So I think we need to clarify the notions of true or false.
Can I suggest something?
Of falsehood. Just really quick. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Go on.
It's actually important because I know we're getting deep into this, but do you think, Brother Islam, it will be better if we start with the basics? Because we're having a conversation with you, due diligence, and we're not having a conversation, and we don't want to continue a conversation about something else that we were discussing with someone else, right? Do you think, Brother Islam, that will be a good idea to do a reset, or do you think you want to continue this?
No, I think we'll just continue with this on where due diligence is, like, because he wanted to discuss these issues. We do, I think, need to get back to, you know, foundational basics of understanding, you know, of reality. You know, these things to do with, you know, necessary being or grounding of existence. Otherwise, we're not going to have be able to get a very deep conversation. But I think this portion can be addressed, and makes sense to address what he asked. But I wanted to clarify around believing something to be true. So you, in your social norms example, so for one thing, I'm autistic, so the social norms example is maybe a great one or a terrible example. I'm not sure which. We'll see. So there are plenty of things that I believe to be social norms and things that I believe not to be social norms. And I believe that some things that are social norms are not always followed. Now, all of those things can be true, but that's very, very different from me believing that a social norm is false, as in it's not really a social norm, but I'm going to operate as if it is a social norm anyway. And that would be an example that would get you in a lot of trouble. That's kind of a good example to make the point I was making.
No,
Do you see what I mean?
would agree. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I was talking in the sense that objectively true, right? In the sense that you believe it in an objective truth, right? And I believe in a subjective truth, you know, that may not necessarily be true ultimately, but I still get by just fine.
Right. Okay. So that's different entirely. Like the argument, or not argument, the different positions we were having with Nate.
Well, I want to talk about my position. Like you said, I don't want to. Let's go with the position that I gave you. Do you have a issue?
Okay. So yeah, I think for me, sorry, I was just giving closure on what I said before, but that's fine. So yeah, so for me, I used to believe, as you believe, right? I used to identify as atheist. So I used to believe that subjective truth was the best we could do. But I also believe that there was some kind of objective truth, which is the thing that we find through physics and physics experiments and so on, but that we could never perfectly match up to it. And that was the element in which there's some kind of subjectivity to it. But I do now believe that there is an objective truth, which is Allah, God's position, right? What he believes to be true. And we only have access to subjective truth because we're not God. But we can get as close as we can to it. We can always be mistaken, though.
Right. Religious people always make that conflation with science and God and talking about objective truth, right? Because whenever we talk about God, we're talking about like morality and morals and things of that nature, things you ought do or things you ought not do, which is not necessarily the same as science. And I don't like when religious people compare those two like they're the same. Like you'll say that, yeah, I believe in things that are objective, and then talk about physics, and then try to bring it back into the reality of, well, not the reality, but into the paradigm of religion. I think these two things are completely different, and you can't really like compare the two or say one is like the other, because they are absolutely not. Though I know what you mean, right? I would agree with you in that sense, but I just don't like that comparison because you guys are, I'm sorry, not you guys, but just religious people, they'll use science, right, as the basis for believing in an objective truth, but then try to equate it with God. And I just think that that's a false equivalency.
I don't know which religious people you've been speaking to about that. Are you familiar with, I don't know if you've watched much of this channel, but I used to be an atheist. I studied and graduated in theoretical physics, and that's how I came to Islam. I'm pretty clear on science. These books behind me, they're all physics and maths books. I've got hundreds and hundreds more downstairs and over there, and because this is what I spend most of my time doing, is reading about the history and development of mathematics, not in history books, but from the actual books from history. I have books from the my earliest book is 1700. So I have books that are older than the United States.
I get it.
So you know, I'm pretty clear in my head on what physics and maths is, right? And I came from an atheist perspective, and I came to Islam, and I feel that I have a more unified view of reality that integrates very well. I think if you look at the history of the development of science, there's never been any integration problem with the sciences and Islam. Quite the contrary, the scientific method itself came out of Islam way before it was anywhere in Europe, and in Europe imported it from there. There's a whole fascinating story about that stuff. It's only in Europe, only in the European new view. So when you're talking about the rationalists and the Enlightenment folk and the way they fought against the particular kinds of Christianity that were dominant in Europe, where you have this issue.
Yeah. I'm not trying to attack you, and I hope you don't feel like I'm attacking you. I'm just trying.
No, I didn't take that as an attack. I'm trying to clarify a perspective, because obviously you felt very strongly that there's this fundamentally important difference between the two, and I'm saying from my view, it's fundamentally important to have the two synthesized in lockstep. that
And
you don't have a separation.
And that was
between.
my question to you. So you kind of qualified yourself, and I wanted you to get to the essence of that question because you use physics as a qualifier, and then you jump back into religion, and you said, you know, I believe in objective truths because you have them in physics, and then you made that kind of the reason why, or you use that as a foundation as to why.
Oh, okay. Sorry, no, I think I was misunderstood. Remember what I said before is I used to believe that there was only subjective truth that we could ever access, and the closest thing to objective would be the knowledge of physics. And my view now isn't all that different from back then. It's just that now that I believe in God for reasons other than physics, very, very long, interesting story there. Related, but ultimately my belief in God does not rest on physics or physics as I understand it.
So what I'm trying to get to is how do you come to your objectivity in your religious beliefs?
How do I get to objectivity in my religious beliefs?
Correct.
Can we just sort of take a step back and unpack this question a little bit?
It's a very vague question as well, and it's hard to describe. Like when you put it that way, it's hard to respond to as well.
I wouldn't mind responding to it. I just think it'd be way better to sort of unpack this a bit. So
yeah,
because from what you said before, it sounded like you only believed in subjective truth, and so I don't know on what framework or basis you're asking me about objective truth, or how we can have a dialogue unless you have a clear picture and understanding of objective truth.
I'm interested in, I can give you my view, but I'm more interested in your view. I don't think it's necessary for you to know my view in order for you to express yours.
No.
It kind of is, and I'll tell you for why. It's because for me, quite apart from my autism, which makes it really important for me to understand who I'm talking to be able to express myself. This is just something I have. But even if it weren't for that, I think it's very important to tailor what you're saying to the person you're speaking to. Otherwise, it's open-ended. I really don't know how to express myself unless I know something about who I'm expressing myself to, or why they would want to listen, or what they're interested in. I mean, I don't need to know the ins and outs of your beliefs and position or whatever. It's just the usual way of getting an idea of who I'm talking to.
Due diligence, something that you need to understand. We don't do debates here, right? And what we're trying to do really is have a conversation, explore, right, and reason with people who come up on stage on why they hold certain beliefs, and we reason why we believe that our belief system is more it's more rational, it makes better sense, and it has the evidence backing it up, whether you're looking at religious or textual evidence, or you're looking at evidence based on pure logic and reason, right? So to be able to do this, to have this sort of a good faith conversation, we're not really just attacking each other, right? We allow our callers to express themselves fully, and we try to understand them fully and then have a conversation with them. So you saw how Nate came up, right? We've had this talk with Nate for like 6 or 7, 8 episodes almost, right? And this is the reason why when we talk to him and we tell him this is why we believe in certain things, and he says this is what he believes in, we actually are able to say, okay, Nate, you told us this, or Nate tells us that Faisal, Islam, you guys told us this, right? And we're able to have a conversation and we move it forward. So this is what we do here, right? So this is why Brother Islam and myself, we're asking, do we need to go back and reintroduce ourselves fully to be able to have a better conversation?
So
Yeah,
what
I
do,
mean,
what
for
do
example,
call you?
if I knew
Excuse
you
me.
had a background in physics or maths, I'd be one conversation. If I knew you had a background in something else,
How
it'd be a
do
whole
how
different
do I
conversation.
pronounce your name, brother? The brother just
Vessel.
spoke. Fassel.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I don't mind. I came on. You asked me what do I believe. I said I was agnostic. When I asked him what he believed, he asked me again what I believe. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
like, he wants to
So,
tailor his. May I
so due
finish?
diligence.
Go ahead.
Let's actually explore that. So when you say agnostic, what do you mean by being agnostic? Because does that
What I
mean
mean
that
by
you,
agnostic is I have no way of knowing if there is a creator, and if there is one, he doesn't interfere with human affairs.
okay, so do you feel that there isn't any way of knowing, or do you think that there may be a way, but you don't know?
I can only go with what I know, and I feel like he hasn't made himself known, and nobody knows. Could I predict if there could be a way of knowing? I
So,
think that there's a possibility, but I don't know that.
okay, so how can you come to the conclusion that nobody knows, right? When most of the world actually says they believe in a creator, they believe that something exists. So there must be some form of evidence out there that is conclusive enough for most of the people in the world to come to a conclusion that a creator must exist. And if you look at history, this is even more pronounced,
So
right?
I will answer your questions, but I find it kind of, ironic that whenever I challenge Islam, I didn't get to have inquiry on his beliefs. And then you turn it around on me, put me in the hot seat, but I will engage nonetheless, in good faith, right?
Excuse me,
No, 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 no.
sorry, what
We're
did I
not
fail
about.
to address to? I did
We're,
my best to address
yeah,
everything.
exactly. And he
What?
So
responded to you, and
yeah,
we are going to. We're not going to shy away from responding to you with evidence. All right. So please
yeah.
do not do ad hominems. Okay. I would prefer that you actually don't do that. And like I said, it's a conversation. It's not a debate. We're not
I,
debating you.
I
We're
was in the
trying to
middle of a
understand.
conversation with Islam, and then now it's turned around on me. And
Yes,
I said
but
I don't mind
due
moving forward.
diligence, due diligence. Again, I even gave you the reason. We don't know you. If you
Right.
want to know us, we're going to allow you all of the questions that you want. We love questions about Islam and our faith. And we're going to give you the opportunity to ask us the question on why we believe what we believe in. All right.
Sure.
We're
Sure.
just trying to understand you. You've come to us, you've come on our channel. We're trying to be accommodating. And you should actually be happy that somebody is actually taking the opportunity to understand your beliefs and not trying to just attack your beliefs.
Yeah,
Right.
and
I don't.
I really did my best to try and answer. It's a very broad spectrum, very deep basis for my belief. It's not something you can pack in one line. It's not something you can pack in 1 hour. I couldn't even, if we did a 24-hour dedicated stream and I just monologued and you listened, we still wouldn't get it completed. So it's a dynamic dialogue we have to have. And I started trying to have that dialogue, but you
But
don't
we
seem
did.
very comfortable.
But we didn't have it. It got switched to me, and I'm saying that I don't mind, and I will continue down this inquiry in good faith. So I did ask the question. Fasco cut it off. One asked to recap. You agreed not to recap, and now I'm answering you guys' questions. I'm fine with that. So, as so you asked me, what leads me to believe that the faith that other people have in a God is not sufficient? Is that correct?
Yep.
Um,
So essentially, what I'm asking is, you're claiming that there is no way of knowing this God, or whether there is a God or not. All right.
Yeah.
I'm
no,
asking what it's based on, or are you claiming that you've seen the evidence and you've come to the conclusion that there is no God, because that would make you an atheist and not an agnostic.
I'm claiming that I've seen the evidence and I don't believe it's sufficient, and I'm still open to the possibility, which would make me an agnostic.
Okay, so you do believe that there could be evidence out there which is conclusive enough, but you haven't come across it, and that's why you're still agnostic.
Indeed.
So I'm struggling to understand, and this is, I'm not quizzing you. This is trying to understand so I can communicate with you and even explain my beliefs. Because if I'm going to use the word like objective truth and subjective, which you asked me about and I tried to answer, I need to know how you understand these concepts.
Sure.
I can't understand how you reconcile the concept of believing truth as subjective with also then thinking that this can't be proved. You said we have no way of knowing, but the one thing you do know is that he doesn't interfere with human affairs. I don't understand how that reconciles with the concept of subjective truth as I understand it.
I didn't say there's no way of knowing. I said that I have looked at the evidence and I don't find it sufficient, and I'm still open to the possibility. So
Okay,
I didn't make that claim.
Sorry, I made the wrong notes. Okay, sorry about that.
But do you believe that somebody else can look at the same evidence and come to the conclusion that God must exist? If not must, then at least can exist, right?
They do all the time.
They do all the time. Okay, so it's in that way. For you, truth is subjective.
To an extent, but I like Islam's example that you do have some objective, but it's kind of like you remember when I gave the example to where try to compare physics with morality. I think those are apples and oranges. So there are objective whenever it comes to math and like certain like substantial facts, but when it comes to like moral claims and things of that nature, these are relative and subjective.
Do you want to so you do believe that there is something that is objective that we can reach to, and our understanding essentially of whatever truth is basically in one way or the other.
Not in the sense of morality. No, I don't think morality is objective or can't.
So there's no objectivity in morality. That's your opinion. Okay, that's fine. So let's actually come to morality later. I think morality.
Yeah, I'll leave that for now. Yeah, because I mean, I want to be able to get to address the question. I mean, the point of these questions is to be able to address this question of, you know, what's the proof or the best proofs or the best arguments for the existence of something. Why am I convinced? Why did I go from becoming and being an atheist guy studying physics to becoming convinced that there exists a God? I just need to know what you understand evidence and truth to be.
I would much rather hear your untailored beliefs instead of trying to tailor it to what I like. I would think it's more good faith, and I don't mean that in a negative way. Just to hear your position, like unfiltered through my lens, or you trying to make me see your side. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear what I said before? I mean, it's not quite apart from my autism. I'm not sure they can do, but if you take into account my autism, it's just a non-starter. I can only construct words and put them towards someone if I have in mind who that person is. Otherwise, I just sit here mute. And if I were to just recount my story, if you like, I've been trying to figure out how to do that for years.
It's
last
okay.
time I tried
your inquiries. I'm going to answer the inquiries. I'm just saying I like to deal with people like like unabridged. I don't want to like give you any context of what I believe, because I don't like it when people try to mesh what they believe with what I believe. I like to just have open conversations, and what you believe is what you believe. What I believe is what I believe, but it's fine. I'm going to answer all your questions anyway.
Okay, so we can try it if you ask me questions. That's the only way I can see it. So you ask me a question, and I may ask you clarifying questions if I need to, or I may think it's a clear enough question as it is, and I'll do my best to answer the questions. But I can't just freeform.
Yeah. Why don't I start with something, right? Let's actually get some things out of the way. So you're talking to Muslims. How much do you know about Islam? What do you know about our concept of God, and about how and why we believe in what we believe in?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Okay. Have you interacted with Muslims before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just to give you a very brief introduction to Islam, our concept is that there is a creator and only one creator of this whole reality. Okay. Everything that exists other than the creator is created by him, is dependent on him, right? He is the necessary existence, right? He is the one in control, right? And he created us with a purpose. He tells us this purpose in the Quran, and I'll talk a bit more about that. And our understanding of that purpose is that he created us to worship him. That is what is due to him, right?
So
Now
that's
we
man's
believe,
purpose to Islam.
so
Man's
so
purpose is to
do you
worship
believe,
God.
just
Yes,
wait a few
yes.
minutes.
Okay.
Purpose to worship
Sorry,
God.
just let me finish up, because I want to make sure you get the full picture. We believe that he didn't just create us. He is the one who we're constantly dependent on for our existence. So he's constantly involved in our lives, right? In that sense, plus everything that we have that is given by him to us, right? And he does communicate to us. And the way we identify that is throughout history, we know of certain people who claim to have received revelation from him. Revelation being message from him, the divine message that comes to human beings. All right. So, and those people, we believe that they had certain characteristics that identified them, in that they were able to perform miracles, they were able to give prophecies, they were people of impeccable character, right? And through time, whenever these people would come, the rest of humanity would, or the people they came to, some of them would accept the message and follow the truth, whereas others would actually reject it, right? And something would happen to them. Either these people would be destroyed, right? Or these people, as we see in history, some people survived. And so whatever happens eventually is that there are all of these people who come in, as we call them prophets, right? This series of prophets, it culminated in and it ended with the coming of the final prophet, peace be upon him, Muhammad, peace be upon him, who came with the final message, which is a message which survived through time, and it survived in its original form even today, right? So there is no further need of messages. We know what God wants us to do, how he wants us to worship him, because the prophet, peace be upon him, taught us that. All right.
Okay.
So this is more or less what our beliefs are. Now, why do we believe in a God and all of this? We can have a more detailed conversation about that as you want. So, do you have any questions on this so far?
No, I mean, I think that that's fair. I don't see it as any different from anyone else's religion. I think that, you know, it's religion. You know, I don't have. I mean, I can question you on those tenets, but I much rather not. Like, I think we are just trying to. You want to look at some of the principal things that I believe and question as to why, you know, and I want to do the same thing to you guys, but I want it to be good faith. I don't want to debate either. You know, I just want to, you know, inquiry into y'all, and you can do the same with me.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
and we're fine with you even questioning why we believe certain tenets, all right, or why we think, for example, why do we believe that prophets did exist? Why do we believe that Muhammad, peace be upon him, existed? Right? You can ask us those questions, and we're very happy to respond to them. Right?
Mm.
You can ask us why we believe God exists. Right? You can ask us those questions, and we're happy to respond to them. Right? So, with that, I would say, do you have any question, or do you want to add something about your own beliefs, or if you had a journey that you left Christianity, or you left Judaism, or you left Islam, if there is a journey that you want to talk about, which puts more context into why you believe in certain things, that would be interesting for us to know as well.
No, I'm really not interested in sharing my journey on that part, but I would like to share a certain aspect of, I don't know, as to why I believe what I believe, right? But not necessarily my journey from Christendom to agnosticism. I don't want to really want to drag that out for you guys, but this is what I will say, and I want to know what you think about this, right? So in my life, I have seen things that I can't explain through science, but I don't attribute those things to supernatural, right? I think there are things that humans don't understand that we attribute to the supernatural that we don't necessarily have to, but I think, you know, humans tend to do this, you know, like through history, you know what I mean? So, and that's where I'm at in my life right now. Like I said, I'm agnostic. I believe in the possibility. I have witnessed things that I can't explain, but I believe everything is natural. So my question is to you guys, do you believe in the supernatural and why?
Okay, so and this is an interesting question. Really depends on the definition of supernatural. We had a long discussion with a few other people on this one, because in the normal Western Christian viewpoint, most people are more used to, for example, angels and jinn are considered supernatural. In Islam, they're clearly just part of the natural order, so they'd be considered natural. Do you see? So the word supernatural already has a bit of a difficulty being used in that kind of thing. So yes, we believe in angels and jinn, but we believe they're part of the normal natural order, not something that's supernatural in our paradigm. The only thing, if supernatural is something that is not bound by any laws of physics, known or unknown, then the only entity that would be supernatural would be God himself. But I'm not comfortable with associating the term or the name supernatural with him for a huge variety of reasons. So, and the other crucial difference, I think, especially given what you said before about interfering with human affairs, is in most of the concepts of God you come across, God is something like Spinoza's God, where it's sort of fire and forget, you know, created stuff, and it has its way of being, it has its, you know, how it works, and then may or may not intervene by exception. But in Islam, what I believe is that Allah, which translates to the God, literally Allah, the God. So I believe that the God actively manages everything, down to every minutia, every speck of dust, everything. So there's no notion of sort of random intervention sometimes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. So it seems like, you know, you kind of believe in both. You don't like using the term, and like if you have an entity that's controlling every single particle, I would call that supernatural. Like in the existence of miracles per se, like I think that's supernatural. I think you believe in miracles, right? So I think that's supernatural.
Yeah, I mean, so can I ask how you define natural and why the word supernatural is important to your worldview? Because I don't understand. For me, I don't. Like I said, if you're talking about angels and jinn, for us, it's part of the natural order, so it's already pretty tricky to use this word supernatural. You see what I mean? So, I mean, is it important to use this word? I guess is what I'm getting at, or can we use different words?
This is why I think it's an issue, right? Because it's not important to me, but I think it's important to religious people. Because my belief, I believe that everything is natural, right? And the things that we don't, the things
every created one, yeah.
And the things that we don't even understand is within nature, and there's nothing that sits outside of nature, directing nature. Everything is encompassed by nature, and there's nothing that's outside of it. Everything is naturalistic. Anything that's outside of nature, to me, doesn't exist. right? There's nothing out.
Yeah,
Everything
I
is.
understand this. It's a standard naturalist position. It's a position I used to hold as well. No, I get that. The difficulty again is defining exactly what nature is. As you said before, there's many things we don't understand. There being things we don't understand has nothing whatsoever to do with my belief in God. Neither with Faisal's, as far as I know. This is just this. There is a certain paradigm that was created
So you
in
think it's
the.
semantics? So you
Sorry?
think it's so you think it's more semantics, like because you could define your whole paradigm or the way you believe in your religious beliefs in a natural way without
So
without.
Well,
we use
we can be very, very
different,
careful how we're using the word natural.
yeah,
Um,
because due diligence, here's the thing: we use terms differently, and some of those terms mean something very different, right? The way things are defined in the Quran, right? It's the idea that certain things are hidden from us and other things are manifest, are apparent, right? You see them and you know them, right? So the very idea of what is hidden and what is apparent, like to help you understand it, right? uh, I can see you, right? I can see Brother Islam. I can probably, like, if I go to where he lives, I would be able to meet with him and do those things. So, those are matters which are apparent, which are manifest, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, his thoughts are hidden from me, right?
Mhm.
His, the existences like the souls are hidden from me, right?
Mm.
Existence like the jinn or the angels are hidden from me. There are all these other aspects of existence which are hidden from us, right? Which means that uh, they do exist and they're interacting with nature, but it's just that we don't know how they interact, or we don't know of their existence the way I know of your existence or Brother Islam's existence. All right.
Yeah, and just
So
to be clear, hiddenness is relative, right? So just like the point where he said, you know, my thoughts are part of. So the Arabic word says al-ghaib is the hidden, right? My thoughts are hidden to him. Nothing is hidden to Allah, right? But but also jinn could be shown, could be manifest or revealed to some people. So could angels, as has happened in the past. It's a relative. There's a relativity of it. It's not like the object itself sits with this property of being hidden or manifest. It's relative to the observer.
So
So it's a different paradigm. Do you see
that's
due
exactly what
diligence?
I was about to say is that the concept of supernatural doesn't necessarily fit in the Muslim paradigm. So it's kind of hard for you guys to kind of engage in it, because I understand that you would be kind of going outside of the realm of, you know, it doesn't sit well in that paradigm. So I do understand that. There are certain words that don't translate well in different languages and different paradigms and things of that nature. So I get it, right? So maybe we can talk about time, because you said you're a math guy. I mean, I don't necessarily, unless you guys want to ask me something about my beliefs, which I don't mind.
Yeah, so why don't we do this due diligence? Why don't we discuss? Because for us, the most important thing is the concept of God, right? And why you believe that God doesn't exist. So why don't you ask us why we believe in that God must exist?
Yeah,
right?
because I know
And
you're not too
clear,
comfortable
right?
with you know, us or answering too many direct questions from your perspective, but you know, I would love to tell you more about what I believe about God, what God is, and how He
And while you
exists,
do
and
that,
why I believe
brother,
it.
I'll take Salah break. All right.
Okay.
So I'll join
Cool.
you in about 5 minutes.
Salah just means prayer, by the way.
I would love for you to ask me more direct questions about what I believe, but I don't want to come off no type of way. Like whenever you tell me what you believe and then me questioning your beliefs, I don't want to offend you or come off combative.
No, I get you. I was just a bit confused because I remember, you know, I started asking you questions before, and then you said that you felt things were being turned on you and you didn't like it. So I was trying to avoid doing that out of respect. No.
Yeah, because I started in an inquiry with you, and then Fascal jumped in, and then it became something else when me and you was conversing. But it's okay. It's okay. I invite the questions, and you know, we can do it. I mean, if you want to tell me, I'm not necessarily interested in how you came about to your belief. I don't think that would do anything for me. But if you think that it would, I will gladly listen. You know, and if you want to question me about mine, I will gladly answer.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, okay. So I'm interested in. You said that we have. Correct me if I'm wrong. That if there is God, the God, that he doesn't interfere with human affairs. Do you understand now that according to our concept of God, it doesn't really make like it's difficult to know how you know that. Like I can understand how if you have the certain Western Christian notions of God, how you could come to the conclusion he doesn't interfere with your affairs or hasn't for thousands of years. But would you still hold that with the concept of God we said, or you think differently about it?
Yeah, I'm not claiming that I know that. That's my belief, right? I have looked at some of the Islamic traditions, like Judaism, Christianity, different belief systems, and now I haven't studied everything, but the things that I have looked at lead me to believe that I don't believe religious dogma. I believe that it's dogma. I believe that religion is a way to consolidate power and establish hierarchy. So those are my notions, and I think that it's a tool in order to control the masses. And that's not to say that some people don't believe in it genuinely, like you, but I believe that the people at the top are not sincere as my brother Islam, and they're using it in order to stay at the top of the hierarchy and to impose.
That's interesting. I mean, I think if you look at the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was very, very sincere. He certainly didn't live a life of riches and all that sort of stuff.
What about the people after him?
Sorry?
What about the people after him?
Varying degrees. I mean, depends what you mean by people after him. I mean, obviously, one of the main encouragements and one of the pillars of faith is giving loads of charity, and that doesn't mean giving it to the church. It means directly to the poor people, whoever's hungry. There's a big emphasis on that sort of stuff. Like the more you get into the faith, the more having wealth is like holding on to burning coals you're trying to get rid of basically as quick as possible. It's really the opposite of sort of trying to get rich or trying to get in power. And I think for me, one of the things that I particularly like about Islam, which really distinguished it from other religions, was that it's very explicitly and completely that your faith is in God alone. There's no church, completely independent of any church. Never has been, never will be. And so, hang on. So it's, if you submit to God alone, you submit to nobody else. Whereas humans are very vulnerable to submitting by accident to things. And I believe that submitting to Allah protects you, protects me from that.
Yeah, I agree with the tenets. I'm not talking about tenets. I'm not talking about the principles, but I'm talking about the people at the top of the hierarchy, the people that's in high class that perpetuate religion to keep people in the caste system, right, and keep themselves at the top of the power structure. That's not to say that the people that believe every day, the everyday common people, don't believe sincerely. But I mean, the people like the sultans, the kings, the emperors, these guys that's in charge of, keeping the state-sponsored religion alive, right, and making people follow these rules. These guys are the really ones that's benefiting from the religion, profiting from the religion substantially, and everybody else just gets the dogma and the belief that they go to whatever paradise that you may believe in.
Yeah, I obviously strongly disagree that that's what's going on. I disagree on factual basis, either now or in history. There are obviously people who are profiting off people beneath them. There's an important distinction to be made. I would argue Islam's perfect, but Muslims aren't. I mean, if anything, I mean, the people, let's say if you look at today, people in today's power, has doesn't come from enforcing the religion. It's quite the opposite. But I think that sort of goes off into a sort of discourse about history and geopolitics and things, and it doesn't make much sense to discuss that stuff until we have like a fairly well-aligned understanding of how we establish whether or not something's true about history. I remember you said that truth was subjective, so I don't know, if the stories of history are subjective, I don't know how we can discuss the claim or the position that religion.
No, I never said that the stories of history are subjective. I said morality is objective, but history can be subjective also, and you would agree with that too. That the winner gets to write history, and people make up history, and there's a lot of politics in history. I don't think you would disagree with any of those, but you are right that we would have to start somewhere historically and just go down the line. I don't know if you're familiar. I'm not too familiar with the Islamic history. I'm here in the West. I don't know where you guys are, so I could go down the line on my side.
I'm in England.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't do any justice for you guys on the opposite side. But you said that you don't believe like historically, factual historically, but I can make the case. I can make a pretty good case.
Okay. Well, yeah, like I say, we'd have to dig into that quite a lot. We may return back to that, but I'm not sure it's the most productive line unless you really wanted to go down that, in which case I'm willing to. Because for me, let's put it this way: if my beliefs are true, then it is not the case what you say, right? Because if my beliefs are true, then the Quran does come from God and is not just made up by people to control me. So the question would really be, is it true? Is the Quran really from God? And that would be something we'd have to look at the assessment criteria for and all that sort of stuff. Again, depends on.
Well, let me ask you this: Can both things be true? Could the Quran and Muhammad, peace be upon him, that it started as a truthhood, and then people usurped it and used it as a tool to do nefarious purposes?
Let me ask this, Faisal. Yes, it's possible. I don't believe that's largely what happened. However, yes, there have been instances where it's been either ignored or misused or turned to different reasons and so on. And this is whether you're talking about early history or whether you're talking about the Ottomans or whether you're talking about when the CIA did all that stuff, using Islam to get control of people in the Middle East. So it's
relatively in all those errors.
Right. So I'm not. So this is why I wanted to distinguish before, where I said, it's not, let's say, that the claim as to whether or not somebody has misused this thing that's true at some point, for me, is quite different from, was Muhammad genuinely a prophet sent by a genuinely extant God? And so, yes, those things can both be true. The Quran could genuinely be authored by God, sent legitimately through Muhammad, who was legitimately a prophet of God. And it can be true that later down the line, the truth got misused. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, people could have misused it. So due diligence. There's actually, I feel that the underlying question that you're asking is it specifically about Islam, or are you basically saying in general that religion is a tool for the people in power, and that they use it to control you? Is that where you? Okay, so here's the thing. I would actually agree to a certain extent that religion is a tool, but I would make a exception there in Islam. And I think the next question, yeah, very good. That's a question you should be asking me, right? Why are you making an exception in Islam, right? So number one, the most important reason why I make that exception in Islam is because in Islam, as a leader, you have so much responsibility. Okay, that position is the worst position to hold in any given time and space, right? So I'll actually tell you some of the things that our leaders used to do, right? So our like when after the passing away of our prophet, peace be upon him, right? The first few khalifas, the first few successors of his, right, who ruled the Muslim empire, right? They had this habit of going out during nighttime to make sure that the people, at least in the city in they're living in, right, what is the condition of those people, and they would correct and rectify anything that they saw wrong right then and there. So sometimes we actually read this in the previous stream as well. Like Umar radiallahu anhu, once he was actually he's the second Khalifa. He was actually on his round and he heard a woman, and this is actually a different story from the one we talked about, but he heard a woman trying to get her kids to sleep. Okay, so she basically kept trying to get, actually not the kids, the baby to sleep. Now this a woman, right, when Umar radiallahu anhu confronted her, she didn't know that this is Umar, the Khalifa. She basically just heard someone speaking out from outside her house. Why aren't you feeding your kids? Why just feed her milk and the kids would sleep? She responded that the Khalifa has made a ruling that any of the kids who've been weaned, right, who no longer need to have milk, right, that they can get a stipend from the treasury, right? So he heard this from her, and he left immediately. He went to the masjid and he spent the whole night praying. And when the people came in the morning prayers, which happens just before dawn, right, they found him in tears, crying and saying, "Omar, you've killed all of the children. Omar, you've killed all of the children." He was saying something along those lines. And then he changed the ruling to say, as soon as a child is born, right, he is going to be receiving a stipend. He changed the ruling based on that. Now, in addition to this, there are so many examples of what our rulers used to do, and you won't find any of those examples in any other tradition whatsoever, right?
Come on now, Pascal. I think that's kind of a stretch to say that you don't see rulers going out amongst their people and trying to make things right according to however the way that they see fit. Like,
yeah, no, I take that point. I think what was missing was what he's trying to emphasize is that
the level of responsibility, essentially.
Yes, the level of responsibility. So let's take, for example, when
may I speak to that point before you go forward, because I wanted to speak to all of his points, right? Because he said the level of responsibility, and then he named something to me. This is no disrespect, kind of like mundane. To me, it's not that over the top. You talk about this immense responsibility. One second, you gotta allow me to finish. I'll let you finish, please. You talk about immense responsibility, and then you give that example, and to me, it's just not that immense.
No, so I'm going to tell you more, right? This is just one of the examples.
Hang on, so the reason I wanted to come in and fill in this gap is I need to fill in this gap. He's not going to be able to give enough examples, really, to paint the whole picture in this finite amount of time.
Stream,
in fact, the mundaneness of it was kind of part of the point. What he's trying to say is that the level of responsibility and weight on the shoulders, not just the level, but the depth of it. It goes into every nook and cranny. You're personally responsible for everything that goes wrong. Basically, you don't have this ability to, protect the ruler from responsibility by setting up a cabinet and a government, and they take responsibility, and this faction over here takes responsibility for this and for that, and so on and so forth. The personal buck stops here. Is all the way up with the ruler for every issue, right? That's a thing that's quite different. And regarding sort of going into the people and engaging with them, I was going to give the example of Constantine, for example. Yeah, he would do that when it's sort of pertinent or useful or so on. He would go among his troops and let them tell stories to make them feel better and so on. But this is quite different. It's of a quite different nature.
Yeah.
It's because
I'm going to give you another one actually that gives you a better idea. This type of humility and that type of responsibility. So the first Khalifa, when he passed away, the second Khalifa, when he came on, he remembered that there was this every day in the morning, right after praying the Fajr prayer, the morning prayer, right, he would leave and go outside the city in a certain direction. So he went there, just thinking, what did he used to do? He went there, and he comes across this old hut where he goes in and he knocks, and he finds that there's a woman who is an old woman, right, blind, and sort of she has these orphans with her, right? So he goes and he asks her, what is your matter? And she says, I'm just an old woman. My children have passed away. I just have my grandkids that I'm taking care of, right? And then he asks, what does this man use? No, sorry. She said, it's just that every day, right after Fajr, this person comes in, this man comes in, and he comes over, prepares the food for us, cleans the house, right, and does certain things. So mends things around the house and so on and so forth. And then he leaves, right? Do you know who that man is? He asked, and she said no. And then he asked, he goes ahead and he does the same things, right? So now the point is that they were so they were doing that. He was doing that every day. And when the second Khalifa asked him, does he do that every day? She basically confirmed that he does that every day. Now remember, this person is the Khalifa. This person is the leader of all the Muslims. He could have put that as a responsibility to someone, right? But he found it that this is his personal duty to be responsible for each and every constituent who he is ruling over, right?
Yeah, I think people will make the same argument with Jesus. I think people will make the same argument with the Dalai Lama. I could give Mother Teresa. Like, I think you could give multiple examples of people in history that do.
Did Mother Teresa rule over a country?
Not necessarily, but
No,
I think Dalai
it's
Lama
not
did,
that,
and
not
I think
necessarily. It's that they didn't, right? They didn't rule over the country. The Dalai Lama, you can say whatever you want. They didn't rule over a country. Okay, all of the other things they had to deal with. They didn't think that it was their responsibility to be personally responsible for these type of things. There is this personal duty. When the second Khalifa, he became the Khalifa, right? The way he became the Khalifa is really telling, because he didn't want to be. When the first Khalifa said, you're going to succeed me because I've had a conversation with all the other Muslims and they have recommended you, he said, I don't want this. Okay. And the first Khalifa took a sword, put it on his neck, and said, you are going to take it. It's not a choice anymore. Everybody has elected you already.
I think I think that is really noble, and I get what you're trying to say, but I just think, and not to take anything away, that there has been, leaders that take their nations up on their shoulders and may not have done the type of things that you attest to, that your Khalifa's done, but people will find the equivalence in their history, right? great kings that went amongst them people and done great things for their people. People, you know, going to go ahead.
Yeah, it would be interesting. We're going to have to wrap up soon. So I hope you can come back another time for more discussions. It would be interesting to do a comparison at some point. So, for example, Mother Teresa, not a great example for comparison. Dalai Lama is slightly better. It would be interesting, but maybe not really the right thing to go down. But we can try it, especially if you find the topic interesting. I don't know.
I was just trying to address the point that he was making, that it could not. The reason why he chose Islam is because of those reasons, and to me, it just wasn't that.
No, you see, that's so what I was saying. It's not what I'm saying. He chose it because of that. So remember,
it couldn't be no other. I'm sorry. Would you rephrase what you said? The reason why.
So due diligence. What I was saying is the reason why Islam is not in the same boat as every other religion is because when it comes to the responsibilities, as far as this Islam is concerned and the principles are concerned, right? Islam teaches this type of responsibility. So anyone who's a good Muslim, a true Muslim, and they're put in this position of power, right, they will be so afraid of the responsibilities that have been imposed on them and being held accountable on the last day that they would shy away from taking on this responsibility. Actually, one of the principles of a good leader is that he doesn't want that leadership. Right? He's been given that leadership by those people, and this is the type of principle that we have in Islam.
Yeah. So I just want to take some.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah,
go ahead, diligence, and then Brother Islam. Let's just finish up after this. But we would love to have you back. We are not here next week, but Tuesday after that we'll actually be back, right? And we would love to have more conversation on this. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys sharing with me. You guys' views has been enlightening, and all I wanted to say is just that, you know, I don't see it any different as a monarchy, you know, or a dictatorship. Like, these are people that are, you know, take all of the responsibilities, and that's what the Magna Carta is for. You know, people that are unjust rulers and come and getting beheaded, and you want to put a just ruler up. So I just compare them that way. But I know you have, you know, these deep sentiments about Islam, right? And to me, they're parallel with other religions, and to you, it's not, and that's fine. And I don't mean any disrespect to you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So I guess a lot of things I wanted to say and clarify, if I can. There's, like, obviously there's going to be parallels. Like, we're not saying that there is no parallel or likeness of any kind in any other kind of belief system or way. In fact, we believe that there are always going to be parallels. That's why we're sort of, you know, learning the lessons. It's part of the whole point of this world, of this existence, of this dunya, to learn about, you know, doing things the right way and doing things different from the right way and the consequences of it and all this sort of stuff. It's all baked into the whole picture. I don't feel that the point was particularly well made. Sorry, Faisal. I think because if I just bring one hadith, which is Sahih Bukhari 7148, says from the Prophet ﷺ, you will be keen on leadership, but it will be a regret on the day of judgment. How good is it in the beginning, but how bad is it in the end? Now, there's tons of things like this. And what would be really interesting, I think, more interesting than comparing the history, right, would be looking at the religion itself and looking at how many built-in protection mechanisms it has against abuse by the people in various positions of power. It's basically a central theme. So remember what I said before that sort of sparked this area of discussion was, you know, for me, submitting to Allah protects me from otherwise submitting to other things, right? And that is how people in power today are in control of a lot of people through social media, through media, other kind of ways of doing this kind of thing. I feel that submitting to Allah protects me from that. And you were saying that, well, you know, you think like every other religion, it's being used by the powerful to control people. We lack a central church for that to happen. You think it might be happening in various Muslim countries. remember we discussed, yes, it can happen to some degree, because humans are not perfect, right? And this world is a test for our behaviors, essentially, or proof, I could say, of our behaviors. But I would claim, and I would like to discuss and go through that, versus any other belief system, let alone any other religion, any other way, any other society's ever been run, that Islam has by far the most protections against abuse built in, and it's really foundational part of what it is. I think that would be really interesting to discuss if you're up for it.
I'm definitely not equipped, but I would be interested in hearing those claims. That would be enlightening for me. I don't know much about Islam, but I'm willing to listen. Hopefully next time we'll get to talk about other things too, because I wanted to talk to you about time, and you said you're a math guy. So I think that would be an interesting conversation. But
we can get to that as well.
That could be, but we do want to talk to you about the concept of God as well, because
this is the thing. There's plenty of ways to come to remember what we discussed before about what is time, and then Allah swears by time, and the expression I am time in terms of the change of things, or movements of things and so on. There's lots of routes in to discuss Allah and his nature via time. But I think the point Faisal was trying to make is that we're not like a general chit chat channel. Like we do have a purpose here with regarding spreading Islam. Like we give up our time for dawah to help people to understand Islam and so on. So I wouldn't spend an hour talking about like generic philosophy of time. It would be relevant to Islam or my beliefs.
So do you guys look at everything through Islam? Like does math like encompass Islam, or does Islam encompass math, or like science? Like, is everything seen through an Islamic lens with you guys, or can you separate?
Yeah. So if I try and express this as clear as I can for you, for me, the Shahada is the best axiom, right? So Shahada is the testification of faith, says I believe there's one God and Muhammad is a messenger. For me, that's the foundational axiom. That is the best root belief system, and everything else is contingent on that. Everything else hangs off that. Everything else is implied by that. Everything I do is to the best of my ability, consistent with that. For me, it's very dangerous to try and have different worlds. One of rationality, one of morality, one of religion, one of science. For me, that used to tear my brain apart into different pieces. And having a fully unified perspective where Allah is the central core. I call it the rope of Allah. It's a common expression. The rope of Allah is the most central, fundamental foundation to all of my thinking, and everything else is relative to it, including everything in maths and physics and everything I've ever studied, every experiment I've ever done, all the other stuff I do, even engineering, sewing, repairing stuff. Everything is connected. It's fully integrated, holistic system. And if I'm ever doing something that's outside or disconnected from it, that's a sign I'm doing something wrong, and I need to work on myself and improve myself as a human being so that I'm working for what matters, which is improving my character.
So one thing I would add here is that for us, the Quran actually encourages us to go and understand the world, right? Because for us, the world has signs that God exists and that there must be a creator. Okay, so from that perspective, doing science, learning math, and all of this is a form of worship for us if we approach it with the right intention.
Absolutely.
So worship isn't just the praying of the salah, right, or giving charity or fasting or things like that. There's this much broader concept of worship in Islam, and the idea that we have to divorce ourselves from secular studies and call it the very idea that there is a secular studies. For us, everything is Islamic studies, right? We understand when we're doing science, we're understanding how God created this world, how the creator created everything. So it just puts a very different dimension for us. And that's how
Yeah.
Muslims advance science, right? The reason why the scientific age started, right? Because it was really with the coming of the Muslims that the new modern age has started, right?
True.
And yes, the baton has been passed on to other civilizations, but it started because Muslims were able to marry these two concepts, which Christianity is still not able to do. The secular world and the religious world for Christianity is still different.
Hmm.
This
Well, yeah, one of the things I really loved about Islam, like I said,
what is
this
to God, right?
Yeah, this you know, it being an act of worship to go study and understand stuff, you know, it's really key. This is something, you know, you're exhorted to do. But the whole view, like for example, even you mentioned divorce, you know, even having relations with your wife is under the right intentions an act of worship. Like the whole thing, right? The whole picture, how you live your life. If you're living your life according to good character and good behavior and all this kind of stuff, then your life is the correct kind of worship. And the way we actually view life is that we can't avoid, as human beings, being engaged in acts of worship. And I don't mean some of the time, I mean all of the time, without exception, for every moment that you're awake. But this is another topic we can get into, because the very definition.
Have to give an example.
One second. So, let me finish. Though the very definition of what worship is and what deity is or what God is was fundamentally changed during the colonialist Enlightenment project.
From what to what?
From the way it was defined in the Semitic languages, and so Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic, right? The you know, Hebrew obviously with the Judaism, Aramaic Christianity, and Arabic for Islam. These Semitic languages, an entirely different branch of language compared to Indo-European.
I didn't mean. I'm sorry, not what languages, but you said they changed the concept of worshiping God from what to what.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, so we're going to have to.
Very big.
Yeah, because
no, I would love to know that.
Let me just finish.
Yeah.
Just 2 minutes. Okay, just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. So Faisal messaged me at 2 o'clock saying I've got to go in half an hour.
Well.
So yeah, he has to go already 15 minutes ago. So I just want to really quickly wrap up. The reason I said about Semitic languages is because they're fundamentally different language roots. There is no possibility, even in theory, of possibly directly translating the words for worship in Semitic languages to a one-to-one mapping to a simple word in Indo-European languages. It is fundamentally impossible. So it's a thing that you have to study a bit. But this is kind of the point. Is so when you have these simple words for worship, which are inherited from pagan traditions and so on, and then were sort of modified over time in various different European enclaves, this is all fascinating bit of history. And what it got changed to was something that evolved over the course of a good few hundred years, and it's landed in lots of different points now. But very few people, when they use the words deity or worship, mean the same thing as Orthodox Jews or most Muslims mean when they say that. So when
the word God also.
Sorry?
Yeah, also included the word God, deity, worship. God. Yeah, it's all different across.
So due diligence. Due diligence. I'll actually give you an example, an interesting distinction how Islam sees certain things versus how the Christian Western world sees certain things, right? Do you consider lust to be an evil? Lust?
No.
Okay, it's one of the 7 deadly sins, right? As they put it. Do you consider it to be evil, or do you think it's not any evil?
Well, I don't know.
Or let me actually ask you this way: do you consider that most people consider it as an evil?
Yes, I would say a sin. I don't know about evil.
Okay, sin. All right.
That's another good example, actually. Sin versus
evil.
Okay.
Yes, sin. Exactly. So interestingly, in our paradigm, lust can actually be a beautiful thing, right? So we believe that when you're lusting after your wife, that is a form of worship, even. right? So you lust after someone other than your wife, right? The ones that you can actually have, with whom it's legal for you to have relations with, right? And you are in that capacity or in that relationship, right?
Mhm.
It is not just not a sin, it's actually an act of worship now, right? So this concept, I think this would be a very foreign concept to you, right?
Indeed. And I just want to
Yeah.
say thank you to you both. It's been fun. And also that you know, I would like to have these conversations with you guys. And like I said, I'm open. I'm open, but you have to allow me to be honest also. So I might get some
Yeah, that's
critiques and I'll
fine.
be honest
Yeah,
with
of
myself.
course.
And I'll be honest
I
with
hope
you
we
guys.
have been, and if you've anything, you know, advice or recommendations, we can try and take that on board.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
no,
just
you'll be welcome back.
yeah,
And we look forward to
you've been very respectful, right? The only thing we don't accept is blasphemy, right? Do not come here to malign or say wrong things about our prophet or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or any of the prophets, right? So we can discuss things academically. There may be certain things you don't agree with. Feel free to bring them up, but you've been very respectful, right?
I would never intentionally disrespect you guys, and if I cross that line, you can let me know, and I'll apologize immediately. I would never disrespect anybody's religion. I'm not that guy.
All
Sure.
right.
And like,
Thank you so
all
much for this, and you've actually been very respectful. Thank you so much.
okay.
Right.
Peace.
Take care. Okay, that was it. I actually have to go grab my car from the mechanic. I'm waiting for somebody to come over. They haven't arrived. They were supposed to have arrived 15 minutes ago. But let's see. So anyway,
John, you've got to
Alhamdulillah,
go.
I think
I've really got to go. I thought we were going to have an early
this is late
finish.
for you.
Thought we haven't-
This is very good for you. Yeah.
yeah.
But I wanted to give due diligence an opportunity. This is the first time he came on. I think it was good.
That was, yeah.
It was a good
little,
conversation. I think his
yeah, just
experiences
a
so
little
far
at the beginning, and it's
good.
all good.
Yeah. So Alhamdulillah, like overall, once he realized that we're not here to have that type of a debate, this is more of a discussion. I think it turned out better. So yeah, subhanallah. But
Yeah, well, I
I'll
don't think he came in intending to really debate either. I think it was it was more just a manner of questions or intrigue in
yes.
the particular topic area. I'm not sure he got the sort of the full background of the stream and stuff. But yeah, and I think he even said, you know, he doesn't want to debate. He likes to you know exchange understanding, and that's what we're all about: building bridges. You know, understand each other. So that's good.
All right. So we're not meeting next week. Next week is the Bible stream, and the week after that we will be back. And 4:30 works for you, Brother Islam, or do you wanna? Do you think 3:30 is better? Because
No, I think this works because I get a chance to pray Maghrib.
yeah, and then you're done. Okay. All right. So we'll keep it 4:30. And for everybody who joined us, thank you so much. Remember our brothers and sisters around the world, and remember them in your prayers. There's a lot that needs to still be done. It's not over. Some of the people who stayed in chat didn't feel that they should be coming up. I would recommend start coming up. Start having this conversation. This is just gonna help you out in understanding it. As long as you're respectful, right? You're welcome. But yes, if you start playing games with us, if you start saying certain things which we do not allow on this channel, you'll be kicked out. All right. So as long as you're respectful, great. We'll love to have that conversation. Otherwise, feel free not to come on. And with this, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.